the gap between intention and action. You already know what you should do. You know that some habits would make your life easier. You know that certain decisions would protect your time, your money, your health, your work, and your peace of mind. You may even know exactly what needs to change. Yet knowing is not the same as doing. You can understand the value of exercise and still stay on the couch. You can know that checking your phone is wasting an hour and still reach for it. You can decide to finish important work and then spend 20 minutes doing smaller tasks that feel easier. That gap is where self-discipline lives. It is not simply a question of being strong or weak. Your behavior is influenced by what your brain expects, what your environment makes easy, what reward is available right now, and what action has become familiar through repetition. Once you understand that, discipline becomes less mysterious. You stop treating every difficult action as a test of character. You start looking at the conditions around the action. You notice the moment when an impulse appears. You learn to create a small space between wanting and doing. That space is where your control begins. The moment before the choice * self-discipline begins when you notice the moment in which you are about to give yourself an excuse. Most of your daily behavior happens faster than deliberate thought. You wake up and reach for your phone. You feel bored and open an app. You feel uncomfortable with a task and find something easier to do. You feel tired and decide that tomorrow will be better. The decision can feel almost automatic. That does not mean you have no control. It means the behavior has become familiar enough that your brain can begin moving toward it with very little conscious effort. Your brain is constantly trying to reduce unnecessary effort. Familiar actions require less attention than unfamiliar ones. When you repeat the same response to the same situation, that response becomes easier to access. This is useful. You do not want to consciously calculate every movement involved in brushing your teeth. You do not want to think through every step of tying your shoes. You want familiar actions to require little effort. The problem appears when an automatic response is useful in the short term but harmful in the long term. Scrolling can remove boredom quickly. Avoiding difficult work can remove discomfort quickly. Buying something unnecessary can create a brief feeling of pleasure quickly. Staying in bed can feel easier immediately. The brain does not need to declare these actions wise before making them attractive. Immediate relief can be enough. Imagine that you sit down to work on something important. The first few minutes feel uncomfortable. The task requires concentration. You do not know exactly how to begin. You notice a message on your phone. You tell yourself that you will check it for a moment. You check. Then another message appears. You respond. Then you notice another notification. 10 minutes disappear. The important detail is not that you became distracted. The important detail is the moment before you reached for the phone. That moment contained information. You felt discomfort. Your brain offered an escape. You accepted it. Now consider a different situation. You are trying to eat more consistently. You have already decided what you want to eat that evening. Then you feel tired after work. You do not want to prepare anything. Ordering something convenient seems easier. Again, the crucial moment arrives before the action. You feel tired. You predict effort. Your brain presents the easier option. You act. Self-discipline begins when you learn to recognize this sequence while it is happening. A person who notices the impulse has more options than a person who notices only the result. A person who notices the excuse can question it. A person who notices the urge can delay it. A person who notices the pattern can change the pattern. This is why awareness comes before control. You cannot reliably change a behavior that you never observe. You may think your problem is laziness, but perhaps you are repeatedly escaping discomfort. You may think your problem is poor motivation, but perhaps your environment is filled with immediate rewards that compete with your long-term goals. You may think you lack discipline, but perhaps you have never learned to identify the small decision that happens before the visible behavior. That distinction matters. The behavior is not always the beginning. Often, the beginning is a feeling. Then comes a thought. Then comes an urge. Then comes a choice. Then comes an action. The sequence can happen quickly, but it is still a sequence. Your practice today is simple. Choose one behavior you want to change. Do not try to change it yet. Instead, observe it. For the next 3 days, write down what happens immediately before the behavior. Record the time, the situation, what you were feeling, and what you told yourself. Keep the notes short. You might write 9:15 p.m. tired, work unfinished, thought I deserve a break, opened phone. Or 3:40 p.m. bored, difficult task, thought I will start after coffee, left desk. Or 7 p.m. hungry, too tired to cook, thought I can fix this tomorrow, ordered food. You are not judging yourself. You are collecting information. That changes the quality of the problem. A vague problem feels enormous. A visible pattern becomes workable. You begin to see that discipline is not required equally throughout the entire day. Certain moments demand much more attention than others. You may discover that your weakest moment is not the entire evening. It may be the first 5 minutes after work. You may discover that procrastination does not begin when you start scrolling. It begins when a task becomes unclear. You may discover that unnecessary spending does not begin when you buy something. It begins when you feel stressed and open a shopping page. The behavior is the final step. Your real work begins earlier. For now, do not try to become perfectly disciplined. Learn to see the moment. When you can see the moment, you can begin to change it. And once you can change a moment, you can eventually change a pattern. That is where the deeper work begins. Chapter 2. Why your brain prefers the easy reward *. Your brain naturally gives extra weight to rewards that are available now. You can understand this without knowing complicated science. Imagine that you are offered 2 choices. You can receive a small reward right now, or a larger reward after several months of consistent effort. The immediate reward feels more real. The future reward feels abstract. This difference affects your decisions every day. A few minutes of entertainment are available now. The benefits of finishing an important project may arrive weeks later. A dessert is available now. The benefits of healthier eating appear gradually. A purchase can create excitement now. The financial freedom created by saving appears later. The brain is built to respond strongly to changes that matter in the present. Immediate rewards can capture attention because they require no imagination. Future rewards require you to believe in a result you cannot yet see. That creates one of the central challenges of self-discipline. You are often choosing between a certain small reward now and a possible larger reward later. The discipline choice can feel emotionally weaker even when it is logically stronger. Consider studying. You sit down with a difficult subject. You know that an hour of focused study could help you perform better later. But your phone contains messages, entertainment, and novelty. The phone gives you something immediately. The study session gives you something later. Your brain does not need to hate studying. It only needs to notice that one option offers a faster reward. Now consider saving money. You receive your income. You have bills and a savings goal. You also see something you would enjoy buying. The purchase provides a clear emotional result. The money remaining in your account does not feel like a reward in the same way. It is simply potential. The disciplined decision requires you to value something that has not happened yet. This is why telling yourself, "Just think about the future," is often not enough. You need to make the future more concrete. You need to reduce the distance between your present action and the reward you care about. You can do this through visible progress. Suppose you are trying to save a specific amount. Instead of treating saving as money that disappears into an abstract future, create a visible record of the amount you have protected. Suppose you want to study consistently. Instead of focusing only on the final result, record each completed session. Suppose you want to exercise. Mark every completed workout. The point is not to become obsessed with tracking. The point is to give your brain evidence that the action itself is producing something. You need to see progress. You need to feel completion. You need to make delayed rewards less invisible. There is another important distinction. Discipline is not the same as denying every immediate pleasure. You do not need to remove enjoyment from your life. You need to stop allowing immediate pleasure to make every important decision. A disciplined person can rest. A disciplined person can eat enjoyable food. A disciplined person can spend money. A disciplined person can watch something entertaining. The difference is that the choice is intentional. You are not automatically obeying the strongest urge. That distinction can change the way you approach discipline. If you believe discipline means constant restriction, you will eventually resist it. If you understand discipline as the ability to choose deliberately, the practice becomes more reasonable. You are not fighting pleasure, you are protecting priorities. You are deciding that a temporary feeling does not always deserve control over a long-term goal. Try a small exercise. Choose one behavior that you frequently postpone. Write down the immediate reward you receive from avoiding it. Then write down the future cost. Be honest. Maybe avoiding exercise gives you comfort now, but leaves you feeling physically sluggish later. Maybe avoiding difficult work gives you relief now, but creates pressure tomorrow. Maybe spending gives you excitement now, but reduces your financial flexibility later. Then write down the immediate benefit of doing the disciplined action. It does not need to be dramatic. 30 minutes finished. Money stayed in the account. Kitchen is clean. Workout completed. Assignment moved forward. Your brain needs evidence. Give it evidence. You are teaching yourself that effort can produce a reward too. This matters because discipline becomes easier when your brain begins associating completion with satisfaction. You start to enjoy the feeling of keeping your word. You begin to experience a different kind of reward, not excitement, not novelty, reliability. You told yourself you would do something. You did it. That creates a quiet form of confidence, and that confidence becomes important in the next stage. Because once you understand immediate rewards, you can stop asking why you lack motivation and start asking a better question. What does your environment make easy? Chapter 3. Your environment is training you. Asterisk, your surroundings influence your behavior long before you consciously make a decision. You may believe that every action begins inside your mind. In reality, many actions begin with something outside you. A notification appears. Food is visible. A television is already on. Your phone is beside your hand. A difficult document is open on your screen. A gym bag is packed near the door. A book is sitting on your desk. Your environment constantly presents choices. Some choices require effort. Others require almost none. That difference matters. Suppose you want to spend less time on your phone. You keep the phone beside your bed. You sleep with it within reach. You wake up and see notifications. You do not need to make a major decision. The environment has already started the process. Now, change one detail. Charge the phone across the room. The desire to check it may remain, but acting on the desire now requires movement. That small amount of friction can interrupt an automatic sequence. The same principle works in the opposite direction. Suppose you want to read for 20 minutes each evening. You keep the book in a drawer. You need to find it. You need to decide where to sit. You need to remember where you stopped. You need to make several small decisions before reading begins. Now place the book beside your usual chair. The action becomes easier. Nothing about your motivation changed. The environment changed. This is one of the most practical lessons in discipline. Do not make every good behavior depend on willpower. Make good behavior easier to start. Make unwanted behavior slightly harder to start. You can apply this to food. If you want to eat a particular snack less often, do not keep it directly in front of you. If you want to drink more water, keep water within reach. You can apply it to work. If you want to begin an important task quickly, prepare the document before ending your previous work session. You can apply it to exercise. Put your clothes and shoes where you will see them. You can apply it to money. Remove saved payment information from websites where you repeatedly make unnecessary purchases. None of these actions requires extraordinary discipline. They require design. Your environment can either support your intention or repeatedly challenge it. There is a distinction worth remembering. You are responsible for your behavior. But responsibility does not mean pretending that your surroundings have no influence. A person who repeatedly places temptation directly in front of himself is creating unnecessary difficulty. A person who prepares the desired behavior in advance is creating support. The goal is not to build a perfect environment. The goal is to remove avoidable friction. You should not have to win the same battle 20 times a day. If you can change the environment once and reduce the number of decisions required, do it. This is especially useful when you are tired. Your energy changes throughout the day. A decision that feels easy at 10 in the morning may feel annoying at 10 at night. You may have enough energy to resist distraction early in the day. Later, you may be much more likely to choose the easiest available option. That is not a reason to give up. It is a reason to plan around your predictable weak points. If you know that you tend to waste time after dinner, do not leave your evening completely unstructured. If you know that you spend impulsively when bored, do not browse shopping sites simply to entertain yourself. If you know that you avoid difficult tasks when they are unclear, define the first action before you sit down. You are not trying to become stronger than every temptation. You are trying to stop unnecessary temptations from reaching you so often. Your exercise is straightforward. Choose one habit you want to increase and one habit you want to decrease. For the habit you want to increase, make the first step visible and ready. For the habit you want to decrease, add one small barrier. If you want to write, leave the document open. If you want to exercise, prepare your clothes. If you want to reduce phone use, place the phone farther away. If you want to reduce unnecessary spending, remove one easy purchasing shortcut. Do not make the change complicated. One adjustment is enough. Then observe what happens for 7 days. You may discover that the behavior feels different without any dramatic change in motivation. That is useful evidence. It tells you that discipline is not only something you carry inside yourself, it is also something you build around yourself. Your surroundings can remind you. Your surroundings can distract you. Your surroundings can distract you. Your surroundings can reduce effort. Your surroundings can increase effort. The more deliberately you shape them, the less often you need to rely on force. And this leads to another important question. What happens when the environment is not the problem? What happens when the task itself feels difficult? That is where starting becomes the skill. Chapter 4. Make the first action smaller. When a task feels overwhelming, reduce the size of the first action instead of waiting to feel ready. You may have experienced this many times. You need to clean the house. You think about everything that needs to be done. The kitchen, the laundry, the floor, the bathroom, the clutter. The task becomes mentally large, so you delay. The same thing happens with work. You need to complete a report. You need to study a difficult subject. You need to organize your finances. You need to prepare for an important conversation. You think about the entire project. Your brain sees effort. Then you look for something easier. The mistake is assuming that you need enough motivation to complete the entire task. Usually, you only need enough willingness to begin the next physical action. You do not need to clean the entire house. You need to put one item away. You do not need to finish the report. You need to open the document and write the heading. You do not need to master the subject. You need to study one page. You do not need to reorganize your finances. You need to open the account and review the current balance. Small beginnings reduce uncertainty. When you define the first action clearly, the task becomes less abstract. Your brain no longer has to answer, "How do I do all of this?" It only needs to answer, "What happens next?" This is more than a motivational trick. Unclear tasks create decision-making demands. Every decision costs some attention. If the first step is obvious, less attention is spent deciding. That makes starting easier. Imagine that you tell yourself, "I need to work on my business." That is vague. What does work mean? Writing, planning, calling someone, reviewing numbers, creating something? The ambiguity creates friction. Now change the instruction. Open the project file and write the next 3 tasks. That is concrete. You can do it. You can finish it. You can see the result. The action has a clear beginning. This principle also helps with physical habits. Instead of saying, "I need to exercise more," decide, "At 6 put on my walking shoes and walk for 10 minutes. You may eventually walk longer, but the commitment begins with something measurable. This is important because discipline grows from completed actions, not from impressive intentions. A large plan that remains untouched does not strengthen your confidence. A small action completed consistently does. You may worry that making the first step too small will make you less ambitious. The opposite can happen. A small action creates momentum. Momentum makes the next action easier. The next action creates more evidence. Evidence builds confidence. Confidence makes repetition more likely. The process can grow, but it starts with something small enough to happen. There is another distinction here. Starting small is different from thinking small. Thinking small means lowering your standards because you are afraid of effort. Starting small means preserving the standard while reducing the entry point. You can still want excellent work. You simply begin with one paragraph. You can still want strong fitness. You begin with 10 minutes. You can still want financial stability. You begin by tracking today's spending. You can still want a clean home. You begin with one surface. The final goal stays large. The first action becomes small. That is a powerful combination. Try this with one task you have been avoiding. Write the task at the top of a page. Then ask, what is the smallest visible action that moves this forward? Not the smallest action that makes you feel productive. The smallest action that actually changes the situation. If you need to prepare a presentation, create the first slide. If you need to study, complete 5 questions. If you need to organize files, sort one folder. If you need to make a difficult phone call, write the opening sentence. Then set a timer for 10 minutes. Work only on the defined action. When the timer ends, you can stop. The point is not to force yourself into a long session. The point is to train the beginning. You are teaching your brain that difficult things can be entered without a dramatic internal struggle. You can begin while uncomfortable. You can begin while uncertain. You can begin before you feel motivated. That is a major shift. You stop treating motivation as the doorway. You start treating action as the doorway. Sometimes motivation follows. Sometimes it does not. You act anyway. And that brings you closer to the heart of self-discipline. You are not trying to control every feeling. You are learning to act according to a chosen rule, even when your current feeling points somewhere else. That is the beginning of self-command. Stop negotiating with every urge. You become more disciplined when important decisions are made before the moment of temptation. You may have noticed how quickly negotiation can begin. You planned to exercise, then you feel tired. Maybe tomorrow. You planned to study, then you feel distracted. I will start after dinner. You planned to save money, then you see something you want. I have worked hard this month. The mind can produce convincing arguments. That is not because every argument is true. It is because the mind is trying to make the current choice feel reasonable. This is why deciding in advance can be so useful. You create a rule before the emotional pressure arrives. Instead of asking yourself every evening whether you feel like exercising, decide which days you exercise and what minimum action counts. Instead of deciding each morning whether you will check messages while working, decide that the phone stays away for the first 30 minutes. Instead of deciding every time you want to buy something whether it is necessary, create a waiting rule. For example, if I want something that is not planned, I wait 24 hours before buying it. The rule removes the need for a fresh debate. You are no longer asking, "Do I want to do this right now?" You are asking, "What did I decide?" That is a different question. A flexible mind is useful for solving problems, but constant flexibility around commitments can become an excuse. If every difficult moment allows you to renegotiate the plan is not really a plan. It is a suggestion. You need some rules that remain stable when your feelings change. Consider work. You decide that every weekday you will spend 30 minutes on your highest priority task before checking entertainment. At first, your mind may resist. You may feel curious. You may feel bored. You may tell yourself that checking something quickly will not matter, but the rule has already been established. You do not need to debate. You simply follow it. Now consider food. You decide that you will prepare your weekday meals on Sunday evening. When Monday arrives, you do not need to decide what to eat while hungry and tired. The decision has already been made. Now consider money. You decide that a fixed amount moves into savings when income arrives. You do not wait until the end of the month to see what remains. The rule acts before spending expands. This is the deeper principle. A good rule protects you from a predictable future version of yourself. You know that tired you will make different choices from rested you. You know that stressed you may seek relief. You know that bored you may seek stimulation. You know that excited you may spend more. You know that anxious you may avoid difficult conversations. Instead of pretending those states will never happen, plan for them. That is not pessimism. It is preparation. There is also a distinction between a rule and a wish. A wish says, "I should probably exercise more." A rule says, "I walk for 20 minutes after work on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday." A wish says, "I should spend less." A rule says, "I wait 24 hours before buying anything outside my planned budget." A wish says, "I should use my phone less." A rule says, "My phone stays outside the bedroom at night." The second version is measurable. You know whether you followed it. That matters. You cannot improve what you cannot clearly evaluate. Your exercise is to create one rule for a behavior that repeatedly causes problems. Keep it narrow. Do not create 10 rules. Choose one. Write it in this form: when X happens, I will do Y. When I finish dinner, I will walk for 10 minutes. When I receive income, I will transfer the planned amount. When I sit at my desk, I will work for 25 minutes before checking messages. When I feel like buying something unplanned, I will wait until tomorrow. The rule should be simple enough to remember. Then follow it for 7 days. Do not redesign it every day. Do not evaluate your entire personality. Simply record whether you followed the rule. A day when you follow it is evidence. A day when you break it is also evidence. Neither requires drama. You are learning how your behavior responds to a clear commitment. Eventually, something important happens. The decision becomes less emotionally expensive. You stop asking the same question. You stop negotiating. You act. This does not make you rigid. It makes your important priorities easier to protect, and once you have a few reliable rules, you begin to discover something deeper. Discipline is not only about resisting what you want. It is also about becoming someone who trusts the promises you make to yourself. That is where identity begins to enter the picture. Chapter 6. Keep small promises to yourself. Your confidence in yourself grows when your actions repeatedly match your own commitments. You can tell yourself that you are disciplined. You can repeat positive statements. You can make ambitious plans. But your brain learns from what you repeatedly do. If you repeatedly promise yourself that you will start tomorrow and then do not start, you collect evidence. If you repeatedly set a small commitment and complete it, you collect different evidence. This is why small promises matter. You do not need to transform your entire life in 1 week. You need to become more reliable in small areas. Imagine that you decide to walk every morning. You choose a realistic commitment. 10 minutes, not an hour, not a perfect workout. 10 minutes. You complete it for several days. Something changes. The walk itself is useful. But another result appears. You begin to see yourself as someone who follows through. That identity is built from evidence. The same thing can happen with work. You decide to spend 20 minutes on your most important task before opening entertainment. You do it repeatedly. The task becomes less threatening. Starting becomes familiar. Your self-image changes because your behavior provides evidence. This is why extreme commitments can sometimes be less useful than modest ones. If you make a huge promise and break it repeatedly, you train inconsistency. If you make a small promise and keep it repeatedly, you train reliability. You're not trying to impress yourself. You are trying to trust yourself. There is an important distinction here. Self-respect is not the same as self-praise. You do not need to tell yourself that everything you do is excellent. You need to know that you can depend on yourself to perform a defined action. Suppose you say, "I will read for 20 minutes tonight." Then you read for 20 minutes. That is evidence. Suppose you say, "I will put my phone away during my first work block." Then you do it. That is evidence. Suppose you say, "I will review my spending every Sunday." Then you sit down and review it. That is evidence. Small actions accumulate. Your identity becomes less dependent on how you feel about yourself and more connected to what you repeatedly demonstrate. This also changes how you respond to mistakes. If your identity depends on being perfect, one failure can feel like proof that the entire effort was pointless. If your identity depends on being someone who returns to the plan, a mistake becomes a temporary interruption. You miss one workout. You return at the next scheduled time. You overspend once. You review what happened and follow the next rule. You lose an evening to distraction. You begin again the following morning. The goal is not to create a person who never fails. The goal is to create a person who does not turn one failure into a long absence. You need to become good at returning. That skill will matter throughout your life. There will be travel. There will be deadlines. There will be fatigue. There will be unexpected problems. There will be days when your routine breaks. Discipline cannot depend on perfect conditions. It must include recovery. Your exercise is simple. Choose one promise that is small enough to keep every day for the next 7 days. Make it measurable. Do not choose something impressive. Choose something reliable. It might be, write for 10 minutes, walk for 10 minutes, read 5 pages, prepare tomorrow's clothes, review spending for 5 minutes, keep the phone away during the first work block. Then keep a visible record. Each time you complete it, mark it. The mark is not the achievement. The repeated action is. At the end of 7 days, ask yourself one question. Do I have more evidence that I can trust myself? That question is more useful than asking whether you felt motivated. Motivation changes. Evidence accumulates. You are building a relationship with your own commitments. A person who constantly breaks promises to himself eventually stops believing his own plans. A person who repeatedly keeps small promises develops quiet confidence. That confidence does not need to be announced. It shows up when a difficult task arrives. You know that you can begin. You know that you can continue. You know that you can return. And that is a stronger foundation than temporary enthusiasm. Chapter 7. Discipline without self-punishment. You do not need to hate yourself into becoming more disciplined. Many people approach discipline through criticism. They call themselves lazy. They insult themselves for wasting time. They compare themselves to people who appear more productive. They promise to become stricter. For a short time, the emotional pressure may create action, but pressure alone is difficult to sustain. If every mistake becomes an attack on your character, you create another reason to avoid looking honestly at your behavior. You begin hiding from the evidence. You do not want to review your spending because you are afraid of what you will see. You avoid checking your unfinished work because it makes you feel guilty. You avoid thinking about your habits because the conversation inside your head becomes harsh. That makes change harder. You need honesty without humiliation. There is a difference between saying, "I failed because I am hopeless," and "I planned to work for 30 minutes and spent that time scrolling. What happened before I picked up the phone?" The second question produces information. The first produces shame. Information can be used. Shame often makes you want to escape. This does not mean you should excuse yourself. Discipline requires responsibility. You should be willing to say, "I chose this. I broke the rule. I avoided the task. I spent the money. I did not prepare." But responsibility becomes useful when it leads to a specific correction. After a mistake, ask, what condition made this behavior more likely? Maybe you were tired. Maybe the task was unclear. Maybe the phone was beside you. Maybe the rule was too vague. Maybe you had not prepared. Maybe the commitment was unrealistic. Maybe you were trying to change too many behaviors at once. The answer does not remove responsibility, it improves your strategy. Consider someone who repeatedly misses morning exercise. A harsh response says, "I have no discipline." A useful response says, "I am going to bed too late, so waking earlier requires more effort than I am willing to provide." Now the problem is clearer. Perhaps the exercise time should move later. Perhaps bedtime needs to move earlier. Perhaps the first commitment should be preparing clothes before sleep. The behavior becomes a design problem. That is more useful than an identity attack. Now consider work. You planned to finish an important task but spent 2 hours doing minor tasks. Instead of saying, "I am terrible at focusing," ask, what was unclear about the important task? Maybe you did not know the first step. Maybe the task was too large. Maybe you had notifications enabled. Maybe you needed a specific deadline. The correction can then be behavioral. Write the first step. Break the task into 25-minute blocks. Turn off notifications. Set a finish time. Again, the goal is not comfort. The goal is accuracy. You need to see what actually happened. There is another useful distinction. Forgiving a mistake is not the same as removing its consequences. You can accept that you made a poor choice while still correcting the result. If you overspend, review the budget. If you miss a deadline, complete the work. If you avoid a conversation, schedule the conversation. If you neglect a task, put it back on the calendar. You do not need to punish yourself. You need to repair what can be repaired. This is a much stronger form of discipline. Punishment focuses on the past. Correction focuses on the next action. Your exercise is to take one recent mistake. Write down exactly what happened without insulting yourself. Then write what happened immediately before it. What did I want in that moment? What did I choose? What will I change next time? Keep the final answer measurable. Not, "I will be stronger." Instead, Next time, I will leave my phone in another room before starting. Or, I will wait 24 hours before buying. Or, I will define the first task before opening my computer. Or, I will prepare the night before. You are turning failure into information. That is how discipline becomes durable. You do not need to become a person who never struggles. You need to become a person who can look directly at a struggle without running from it. You can notice the mistake. You can understand the mechanism. You can make a correction. Then you can continue. That ability will become increasingly important as your goals become larger. Small habits teach you control. Larger goals will test your consistency. And consistency requires learning how to keep going after the first burst of motivation disappears. Build a practice that survives ordinary days. Real discipline is built on ordinary days, not only on the days when you feel inspired. A new habit often feels exciting at first. You make a plan. You imagine the benefits. You feel determined. You may even change several things at once. Then normal life returns. You become busy. You become tired. Something unexpected happens. The excitement fades. This is where many plans fail. Not because the goal was wrong, because the system depended on an emotional state that could not last. You cannot build your life around always feeling motivated. You need a practice that still works when the day feels ordinary. Consider exercise. The first week can feel exciting. By the fourth week, the excitement may be gone. The same movement feels repetitive. The weather is inconvenient. Your schedule is busy. Discipline means the decision has already been made. Consider saving money. The first few weeks can feel satisfying because the account balance changes. Later, progress may feel slow. You still continue. Consider learning. At the beginning, you may notice rapid improvement. Later, the material becomes difficult. You encounter a period where effort produces little visible progress. This is where consistency matters. You need to understand that progress is not always emotionally rewarding. Some of the most valuable work feels ordinary. You sit down, you do the task, you stop, you repeat it tomorrow. Nothing dramatic happens. That is exactly why it works. You are creating a pattern. The goal is not to make every disciplined action exciting. The goal is to make the action normal. When something becomes normal, it requires less internal debate. This is why routines can be powerful. A routine removes some decision-making. If you already know when you work, when you exercise, when you review your finances, or when you prepare for tomorrow, you do not need to reinvent the plan each day. The routine becomes a structure. You can still adjust it when necessary. But you are no longer starting from zero. There is another distinction. Consistency is not the same as doing the maximum amount every day. If you make your routine too demanding, you may create a cycle. You work intensely. You become exhausted. You stop. You feel guilty. You restart intensely. That cycle feels productive, but often lacks stability. A sustainable practice may look less impressive. You might study for 30 minutes instead of 3 hours. You might walk for 20 minutes instead of demanding a long workout. You might review your finances for 10 minutes every week instead of creating a complicated system you cannot maintain. The measurement is not how impressive the effort looks. The measurement is whether the behavior survives. Your exercise is to create a minimum version of one important habit. Choose the habit. Then define the smallest version that still counts. For study, perhaps 15 minutes. For writing, 10 minutes. For exercise, 10 minutes of movement. For cleaning, 1 surface. For planning, 5 minutes. For money, a weekly review. The minimum should be small enough that ordinary resistance does not automatically defeat it. Then establish a normal version above the minimum. If you have the energy, you do more. If you do not, you complete the minimum. This protects the pattern. You are teaching yourself, I do not have to perform perfectly to remain consistent. That is a powerful lesson. You can have a difficult day without abandoning the habit. You can travel without losing the identity. You can be tired without deciding that the entire plan has failed. You can do less without doing nothing. And once you learn that, discipline becomes much less fragile. The final practice for this part is a simple evening review. At the end of each day, take 5 minutes. Ask yourself, what did you intend to do? What did you actually do? Where did the two differ? What is one adjustment for tomorrow? Do not write an essay. Use a few sentences. The purpose is awareness. You are training yourself to notice the relationship between intention and behavior. Over time, patterns become visible. You may discover that certain habits fail at certain times. You may discover that certain environments make success easier. You may discover that small commitments are more reliable than ambitious promises. You may discover that your biggest problem is not lack of discipline at all. It may be lack of clarity, or excessive friction, or immediate rewards, or poor timing, or constant negotiation. The more accurately you see the mechanism, the better you can design your response. Self-discipline begins to move away from vague effort. It becomes practical. You know what triggers you. You know what helps you. You know what helps you. You know what rule you are following. You know what the minimum action is. You know how you will respond after a mistake. That is a foundation, and the next stage of the journey begins with understanding what your brain learns from repetition. Because every time you act, you are not only completing today's task, you are making tomorrow's version of that action a little more familiar. Number part 1, closing. You began with a simple but important distinction. Knowing what you should do is not the same as doing it. The gap between intention and action is not solved by shouting at yourself. It is solved by seeing what happens inside that gap. You notice the feeling. You notice the thought. You notice the urge. Then you notice the choice. From there, you can change the conditions around the choice. You can make good actions easier to begin. You can make unwanted actions harder to reach. You can create rules before temptation appears. You can keep small promises and build evidence that you can trust yourself. None of this requires you to become a different person overnight. You are building control through repeated moments. One decision, one action, one kept promise, one return after a mistake. That is enough to begin. The most important shift is simple. You are no longer waiting for discipline to appear as a feeling. You are practicing it as a behavior. And as those behaviors repeat, your brain begins learning from them. The next part moves deeper into that process, toward the patterns created by repetition and the way familiar actions can become easier to perform. Before you continue, remember this: you do not need to win every moment today. You need to become more aware of the moments that shape tomorrow. Training the pattern. Understanding your behavior gives you a starting point. But awareness alone does not build discipline. You can recognize that you reach for your phone when you are bored. You can understand that difficult work creates discomfort. You can know that immediate rewards compete with long-term goals and still repeat the same behavior tomorrow. That is because your brain does not change simply because you understand something intellectually. Change becomes stronger when you repeatedly practice a different response. You need experience. You need repetition. You need small situations where you notice an old pattern and deliberately choose a new action. That is what this part is about. You will work with the moments that usually seem too small to matter. The few seconds before you open an app, the minute before you postpone a task, the moment you feel the urge to buy something, the point where you decide whether to continue or stop. These moments are small. Their consequences are not. A single choice may seem insignificant, repeated thousands of times. That same choice can shape your days, your habits, your confidence, and eventually the direction of your life. You do not need to control every thought. You need to practice controlling what you do next. The exercises in this part are designed to make that skill concrete. You will observe, you will delay, you will simplify, you will repeat, and gradually, disciplined behavior can become less like a battle and more like a practiced response. Chapter 9. Find the cue before the habit. If you want to change a habit, start by finding the event that usually comes immediately before it. You may notice the behavior. You may notice yourself scrolling. You may notice yourself eating when you are not hungry. You may notice yourself delaying work. You may notice yourself spending money. But the behavior is often not the most useful place to begin. Something happened before it. A message arrived. You became bored. You finished a difficult task. You walked into the kitchen. You sat at your desk. You felt tired. You received money. You became frustrated. You felt uncertain. These events can act as cues. A cue does not force you to act. It makes a familiar action more likely to come to mind. That distinction gives you room to work. Imagine that you often check your phone whenever you begin a difficult task. The task is the cue. Your brain has learned an association. Difficult task. Phone. Temporary relief. The phone is not necessarily the real problem. The learned sequence is. Now imagine that you want to interrupt it. You could simply tell yourself, do not use your phone. That may work for a while. But a stronger approach is to identify the cue and prepare a replacement. When you sit down to begin difficult work, you place the phone outside the room. Then you open the document. Then you work for 10 minutes. You have changed the sequence. The cue remains. The response changes. This is why habit change becomes easier when you study the beginning of the pattern. Consider eating. You might tell yourself that you have a problem with late-night snacking. But perhaps the actual cue is not hunger. Perhaps it is finishing work and finally having nothing demanding your attention. The snack becomes a transition. You move from pressure to comfort. If that is the pattern, simply removing the food may leave the underlying need for transition untouched. You could create another transition. Finish work. Prepare tea. Walk for 5 minutes. Take a shower. Read a few pages. The point is not that one replacement works for everyone. The point is learning to identify what the behavior is doing for you in that moment. Sometimes the behavior provides stimulation, sometimes relief, sometimes comfort, sometimes escape from uncertainty, sometimes a break from effort. That information matters. A behavior becomes easier to change when you understand what usually comes before it and what immediate result follows it. You can practice this without trying to stop anything. For 3 days, choose one habit. Whenever it happens, pause afterward and record 4 things. What happened immediately before? What were you feeling? What you want in that moment? What happened immediately afterward? Keep the answers short. You might write, opened social media after receiving difficult feedback, felt uncomfortable, wanted relief, felt distracted for 20 minutes, or bought food after getting home late, felt exhausted, wanted convenience, avoided cooking, or delayed assignment after opening the document, felt uncertain, wanted to avoid making mistakes, worked on smaller tasks. You are looking for repetition. One event proves very little. Several similar events reveal a pattern. You may discover that your habit occurs at a particular time. You may discover that it happens after a particular emotion. You may discover that it follows a particular type of task. You may discover that the behavior is less random than you believed. That discovery is valuable. A habit that feels like a personality flaw can become a sequence. A sequence can be examined. A sequence can be interrupted. A sequence can be redesigned. There is an important distinction here. A cue is not a command. Feeling bored does not mean you must seek entertainment. Feeling anxious does not mean you must avoid the task. Feeling tired does not mean you must abandon the plan. Wanting something does not mean you need to have it. The cue is information. Your response is still a choice. You can strengthen that distinction through a simple practice. Choose one recurring cue. For the next 7 days, when the cue appears, do nothing for 60 seconds. If you usually check your phone when bored, wait 1 minute. If you usually snack immediately after work, wait 1 minute. If you usually open entertainment when a task becomes difficult, wait 1 minute. During that minute, simply notice the urge. Do not argue with it. Do not criticize yourself. Just observe. You are practicing separation. The cue appears. The urge appears. You do not immediately obey. That 1-minute gap may seem insignificant. It is not. You are teaching your brain that an impulse can appear without automatically producing an action. That is one of the most useful skills you can build. You do not need to eliminate urges. You need to stop treating every urge as an instruction. The more often you practice that distinction, the more clearly you begin to see where your freedom exists. And once you can identify the cue, you can begin changing what happens immediately afterward. That is where replacement becomes powerful. Replace the response. Do not leave a vacuum. An unwanted habit becomes easier to change when you give the same cue a different response. Suppose you have a habit you want to reduce. You decide to stop checking your phone during work. You remove the phone. Then you sit at your desk. You feel the urge. Now what? If you have no alternative response, your attention remains focused on what you cannot do. That can make the old behavior feel even more attractive. You need another action. Not necessarily an equally enjoyable action. A useful action. Imagine that you become restless while studying. Your old response is to open your phone. Your replacement could be standing up for 30 seconds, taking a drink of water, then returning to the page. The goal is not to create a perfect substitute. The goal is to create a new response that can occur in the same situation. The cue remains familiar. The action changes. This principle works in many areas. If boredom causes unnecessary spending, create a list of free activities you can choose before browsing shopping sites. If stress causes you to abandon work, create a 5-minute reset routine before deciding whether to stop. If fatigue causes you to order food, prepare 2 easy meals that require very little effort. If difficult reading causes you to switch tasks, underline the confusing section and continue for another 5 minutes before changing activities. The replacement needs to be concrete. Relax instead is vague. Walk outside for 5 minutes is concrete. Do something productive is vague. Write the next sentence is concrete. Control your spending is vague. Wait 24 hours before buying is concrete. The more specific the replacement, the easier it is to perform. This is because you are reducing the number of decisions required in the moment. You do not need to invent a solution while feeling the urge. You already have one. That is the purpose of preparation. You make the decision when you are calm so that you can follow it when you are not. Consider a common work pattern. You sit down. The task feels difficult. You want to escape. Your usual response is to check messages. Now create a replacement rule. When I feel the urge to check messages during focused work, I write down the thought and continue for 5 more minutes. That is measurable. You are not demanding that the urge disappear. You are delaying the old response. 5 minutes is small. That is intentional. You are training the ability to remain in contact with discomfort without immediately escaping. After 5 minutes, you can reassess. Maybe the urge has weakened. Maybe the task has become easier. Maybe you still need a break. But now the decision happens after a deliberate pause. You are no longer reacting at the first signal. Try the same approach with food. Suppose you often eat when you are bored in the evening. Create a replacement. When I want a snack outside my planned eating time, I drink water and wait 10 minutes before deciding. Again, you are not creating a permanent prohibition. You are inserting a step. That step creates information. Maybe you were actually hungry. Maybe the urge disappears. Maybe you still choose to eat. The important thing is that the behavior no longer happens automatically. This distinction is critical. Self-discipline is not always about saying no. Sometimes it is about refusing to make the decision immediately. Delay is a form of control. You can practice this deliberately. Choose one behavior where you tend to act quickly. Then create a delay rule. For small purchases, wait 1 day. For distracting websites during work, wait 10 minutes. For sending an angry message, wait 30 minutes. For abandoning a workout, complete 5 minutes first. For quitting a study session, finish one defined section. The delay should be long enough to interrupt automatic behavior, but short enough to feel realistic. You are training a skill. You are not trying to prove how much discomfort you can tolerate. There is another important point. Your replacement does not have to feel better than the old habit. At first, it may feel worse. Scrolling can be more stimulating than sitting quietly. Ordering food can be easier than preparing it. Avoiding work can feel better than facing uncertainty. The new response may feel boring. That is normal. Your goal is not immediate emotional satisfaction. Your goal is to create a different pattern. Repeatedly choosing the replacement gives your brain new evidence. The cue can now be followed by another behavior. Eventually, the new response becomes easier to access. That is how repetition works in your favor. Your practice today is to choose one habit and write a replacement rule. Use this structure. When I notice s instead of s and instead of I will. When I notice myself reaching for my phone during work instead of opening it, I will write down the urge and work for 5 more minutes. When I notice myself wanting to buy something unplanned instead of purchasing it, I will add it to a waiting list and review it tomorrow. When I notice myself avoiding exercise instead of skipping it immediately, I will put on my shoes and move for 5 minutes. Then practice the rule. Not once, repeatedly. You are building an alternative. Every repetition makes the alternative more familiar, and eventually, discipline becomes less about fighting the old behavior and more about strengthening the new one. Chapter 11. Practice the pause asterisk. The ability to pause before acting gives you control over decisions that used to feel automatic. Asterisk. A pause can be extremely small, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. The size is less important than the function. You are creating a gap. The urge appears. You pause. You observe. Then you choose. Without the pause, the sequence can happen too quickly. You feel something. You act. Later, you wonder why you acted. The pause changes the order. You feel something. You pause. You decide. You act. That difference is simple. It can also be life-changing when repeated often. Think about communication. Someone sends you a message that annoys you. Your first impulse is to answer immediately. The message feels unfair. You begin typing. The words become sharper. You send them. Then the emotional intensity drops. Now you see the situation differently. A short pause could have changed the outcome. The pause does not mean suppressing your feelings. It means refusing to let the first emotional impulse make the final decision. The same thing happens with money. You see something you want. You feel excitement. Your hand moves toward the purchase. Pause. Ask, did I plan this? Would you still want it tomorrow? Is this solving a real problem? The questions slow the sequence. The same principle works with work. You feel bored. You want to switch tasks. Pause. Ask, Am I actually finished? What is the next small action? Would 5 more minutes move this forward? Again, the pause creates choice. You can build this skill deliberately. Start with low-stakes situations. When you feel the urge to check your phone, wait 10 seconds. When you want to interrupt someone, wait 2 seconds. When you want to open a distracting website, take 1 breath before clicking. When you want to buy something, move away from the screen. When you want to abandon a task, stand up and ask what you are trying to escape. The goal is repetition. You are practicing the movement from impulse to choice. A useful phrase is pause before permission. You do not need to forbid yourself from doing something. You simply refuse to grant immediate permission. That distinction reduces resistance. If you tell yourself, "I can never check my phone," your mind may focus on deprivation. If you tell yourself, "I will wait 10 minutes," the decision becomes smaller. After 10 minutes, you can decide again. This works because urges often change over time. An urge can rise, it can peak, it can weaken. You do not need to believe every urge will disappear. You only need to discover that an urge can change without being acted upon immediately. That is something you can learn through direct experience. Try a daily pause exercise. Choose 3 ordinary moments. Before acting, pause for 10 seconds. During the pause, ask, "What am I about to do? Why am I doing it? What happens if I wait?" Then choose. Sometimes you will still do the original behavior. That is acceptable. The practice is not about always choosing the opposite action. The practice is about making the decision conscious. You may pause before eating and still eat. You may pause before checking your phone and still check it. You may pause before buying something and still purchase it. But now you have practiced choice. Over time, you can make the pause longer in situations where it matters. For purchases, perhaps 24 hours. For difficult messages, perhaps 30 minutes. For distractions during work, perhaps 10 minutes. For quitting exercise, perhaps 5 minutes. You can create different pauses for different behaviors. This is practical discipline. You are not trying to control every impulse through force. You are creating a predictable delay between impulse and action. That delay gives your deliberate priorities a chance to enter the decision. You may notice something else. The pause can reveal what you are actually feeling. You may think you want entertainment, but perhaps you are tired. You may think you want food, perhaps you are stressed. You may think you want to quit, perhaps you are confused. You may think you want to spend money, perhaps you are seeking excitement. The pause gives you information, and information gives you options. Your exercise is to choose one behavior today and create a 10-second pause. Use a physical signal. Place your hand on the desk. Take 1 slow breath. Stand up. Count to 10. Whatever you choose, make it consistent. The physical signal becomes a reminder. Then, act deliberately. At the end of the day, write 1 sentence. Today, the pause helped me notice something. Do this for 7 days. You are training attention. You are training delay. You are training choice. These are small skills, but small skills become powerful when repeated thousands of times. Train discomfort in small doses. You become more disciplined when you practice staying with manageable discomfort instead of escaping it immediately. Many behaviors that look like discipline problems are actually discomfort problems. The work is boring. You leave. The exercise feels hard. You stop. The conversation feels awkward. You avoid it. The financial review feels unpleasant. You postpone it. The uncertainty feels uncomfortable. You distract yourself. You do not need to become someone who enjoys every difficult experience. You need to become someone who can remain with reasonable discomfort long enough to finish a chosen action. That ability can be trained. Think about physical exercise. If you have not exercised regularly, the first few minutes can feel uncomfortable. Your body wants to reduce the effort. You can respond by stopping immediately. Or you can practice staying for another few minutes at a manageable level. The goal is not to push yourself recklessly. The goal is to learn that discomfort does not automatically mean stop. The same principle works mentally. You are studying, the material becomes difficult, you feel confused. You want to switch tasks. Instead of immediately switching, you spend 5 more minutes working with the difficult section. You may not solve it, but you remain present. That is practice. Now consider a difficult conversation. You know you need to discuss a problem with someone. You feel nervous. You want to postpone. Instead of forcing yourself into a long conversation immediately, practice the first small step. Write down what you need to say. Then say it aloud. Then schedule the conversation. You are increasing your tolerance for discomfort gradually. That is different from overwhelming yourself. You should not confuse discipline with ignoring reasonable limits. If you are physically exhausted, a break may be appropriate. If a task is genuinely unsafe, stopping may be appropriate. If a situation requires expert assistance, seeking it may be appropriate. The skill is not blind endurance. The skill is distinguishing discomfort from a genuine reason to stop. That distinction can take practice. Ask, is something actually wrong? Or do I simply dislike how this feels? The answer may be uncomfortable, but it can be useful. Suppose you are halfway through a task and feel the urge to stop. Ask, did I reach the planned stopping point? If yes, stop intentionally. If no, ask, what is the smallest remaining action I can complete? This keeps the decision connected to the plan rather than the emotion. You can train this with small daily challenges. Take a task you normally abandon quickly. Set a timer for 10 minutes. When discomfort appears, do not immediately respond. Notice it. Continue until the timer ends. Then stop or continue according to your plan. Another day, use 12 minutes. Later, 15. You are gradually expanding your ability to remain engaged. The same approach can work with distraction. Choose a quiet period. Sit without checking your phone for 10 minutes. You may feel bored. That is useful. You are learning that boredom is survivable. You do not need to eliminate it instantly. You can let it exist, then return to what you chose to do. This matters because modern environments offer constant opportunities to escape discomfort. A difficult moment can be interrupted instantly. A boring moment can be filled instantly. An uncertain moment can be distracted away. That convenience can make ordinary discomfort feel larger than it actually is. You can reverse that pattern through practice. Allow small amounts of boredom. Allow small amounts of effort. Allow small amounts of effort. Allow small amounts of uncertainty. Allow yourself to finish a small, difficult task before seeking relief. You are building capacity. There is an important distinction between discomfort and suffering. Discomfort is a normal part of effort. Suffering is a much broader experience and can require different forms of support. Your work here is simple. Practice ordinary, manageable discomfort. Do not turn the exercise into punishment. Your goal is not to prove toughness. Your goal is to discover, I can feel this and still choose my action. That sentence captures an important part of discipline. You can feel tired and still take the planned first step. You can feel bored and still read another page. You can feel uncertain and still write the first paragraph. You can feel tempted and still wait. You can feel frustrated and still pause before responding. Your feelings provide information. They do not automatically provide instructions. Your exercise is to choose one harmless discomfort you usually escape quickly. Set a timer for 10 minutes. Stay with the chosen activity until the timer ends. When the urge to escape appears, say internally, this feeling can be here while you continue. Then continue. Afterward, write down what happened. Did the discomfort increase? Did it remain stable? Did it decrease? Did the task become easier? You are collecting evidence. You are learning how your own experience changes when you stop reacting immediately. That knowledge will become useful when consistency becomes harder. Because discipline is easiest when everything is going well. The real training happens when the emotional reward disappears. Chapter 13. Use the 5-minute commitment asterisk. When resistance is high, commit to a short period of action instead of demanding that yourself feel committed to the entire task. Asterisk. There are days when you simply do not want to begin. The task feels heavy. Your energy is low. Your attention is scattered. You know what needs to happen. You still resist. On those days, a 5-minute commitment can be useful. The rule is simple. You do not promise to finish. You promise to begin and continue for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you reassess. This works because starting often carries more resistance than continuing. Before you begin, the entire task exists in your imagination. It can look large. Once you begin, you are dealing with the next physical action. The imagined task becomes a real task. That can reduce uncertainty. Suppose you need to clean your room. Do not promise to clean everything. Set 5 minutes. Start with the visible surface. Suppose you need to study. Set 5 minutes. Open the material. Complete the first problem. Suppose you need to write. Set 5 minutes. Write without editing. Suppose you need to review your finances. Set 5 minutes. Open the account and record the numbers. The commitment is small, but it is real. You are not telling yourself that the task is easy. You are telling yourself that you can enter it for 5 minutes. This distinction can remove a surprising amount of resistance. You can use the same technique when motivation is low. Imagine that you planned a 20-minute walk. You do not feel like going. Instead of debating for 10 minutes, put on your shoes. Walk for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, decide whether to continue. Sometimes you will continue. Sometimes you will stop. Both outcomes can be useful if the original 5-minute commitment was completed. You have trained the beginning. You have also learned something about your actual energy that is better than sitting still and negotiating internally. The 5-minute commitment can also protect you from all-or-nothing thinking. All-or-nothing thinking sounds like, if I cannot do the full workout, there is no point. If I cannot study for 2 hours, I might as well do nothing. If I cannot finish the entire project, I should wait. This creates unnecessary failure. 5 minutes breaks the pattern. You can do something without doing everything. That is a powerful rule. Small action is still action. Partial progress is still progress. A short session can still reinforce the habit. This does not mean you should always settle for 5 minutes. The 5-minute commitment is an entry tool. It helps you begin. Once you begin, you can decide whether more effort makes sense. You can also create a longer minimum for habits where 5 minutes is too little to matter. The exact number is not sacred. The principle is. Reduce the commitment until beginning becomes realistic. Then begin. You should also avoid using the technique as a loophole. If you repeatedly promise 5 minutes and stop after exactly 5 seconds of effort, you are not practicing the intended skill. The time needs to be real. 5 focused minutes, 10 real repetitions, 1 genuine page, 1 actual surface cleaned, 1 real financial entry. Make the minimum meaningful. Your exercise is to choose 1 task you regularly postpone. Write, for the next 7 days, when I resist this task, I will commit to 5 minutes before deciding whether to stop. Then use a timer. During those 5 minutes, remove distractions. No phone, no unrelated tasks, no hum-ipiet. Do the task. At the end, ask, do you want to continue? If yes, continue. If no, stop without guilt. The practice is about separating starting from finishing. You are teaching your brain that beginning does not require certainty about the entire session. You can begin. Then you can decide. That is a much easier decision to make. And after enough repetitions, starting can become ordinary. The task may still be difficult, but the entrance becomes familiar. That is what you're trying to build, not endless motivation, a reliable entrance into action. Chapter 14. Protect the first hour. The way you begin your day can determine which behaviors receive your attention before deliberate priorities take over. Your first hour matters because it often contains fewer accumulated decisions. Later, messages arrive. Problems appear. Work becomes urgent. Your attention becomes divided. Your energy changes. The day starts making decisions for you. That is why a protected first period can be useful. It does not need to be an elaborate morning routine. You do not need a perfect sequence. You need a short period in which your most important behavior happens before distraction becomes dominant. For one person, that may mean 20 minutes of focused work. For another, it may mean exercise. For another, reviewing the day's priorities. The exact activity depends on your goals. The principle is to protect one meaningful action. Imagine that you have an important project. You know that if you begin the day by checking messages, reading news, and browsing entertainment, your attention becomes fragmented. Instead, you create a rule. For the first 30 minutes of work, I do the most important task before checking non-essential messages. That is measurable. It creates a boundary. You can test it. The same principle works with learning. If you want to study regularly, protect the first available period when your mind is reasonably fresh. You may study for 20 minutes before opening entertainment. Again, the goal is not perfection. The goal is priority. You are deciding what gets your attention before everything else begins asking for it. This can also work with health. You may prepare your breakfast before opening your phone. You may take a short walk before beginning sedentary work. You may drink water before reaching for a second cup of coffee. The specific action matters less than the principle of intentional sequence. You're putting your chosen behavior earlier in the chain. That reduces competition. There is another benefit. A completed action creates early evidence. You begin the day knowing that you already kept one promise. That can influence later choices. You do not need to turn this into a motivational ritual. The evidence is enough. You did what you said you would do. Now you have another reason to continue acting intentionally. Your exercise is to choose one behavior that matters to you. Protect 20 minutes for it at the beginning of your workday or another reliable daily period. During those 20 minutes, remove one major distraction. If the phone is the problem, move it. If notifications are the problem, disable them. If other tasks compete for attention, close them. If the task is unclear, define the first action the night before, then complete the 20-minute block. Do this for 7 days. At the end of each day, record whether the block happened. Do not record how motivated you felt. Record whether you followed the rule. You are measuring behavior. After 7 days, review the results. If you completed 5 or more days, the structure is working reasonably well. If you completed fewer, do not immediately blame discipline. Look at the system. Was the time realistic? Was the time realistic? Was the task clearly defined? Was the block too long? Was the environment distracting? Did another responsibility regularly interrupt it? Make one adjustment. Then test again. This is how practical discipline develops. You create a behavior, you measure it, you inspect the result, you adjust, you repeat. You are not searching for the perfect routine. You are learning what works under your actual conditions. That mindset protects you from another common mistake. You do not need to copy someone else's routine. Your schedule is different. Your energy is different. Your responsibilities are different. Your goals are different. A routine only matters if it supports your life. Build around reality. If mornings are chaotic, use another protected period. If your work begins early, use the first 20 minutes after arriving. If your evenings are more stable, use the evening. The principle is not morning. The principle is protected priority. Your most important behaviors need protected space. Otherwise, they compete against everything else, and whatever is easiest often wins. That is why the next step is learning how to make repetition almost boring, because the strongest habits are not constantly exciting. They become ordinary. Then make repetition boring on purpose. A behavior becomes reliable when you stop requiring excitement before you perform it. You may have been taught to look for motivation. You wait until you feel inspired. You wait for energy. You wait for the right mood. You wait until you feel ready. The problem is that feelings fluctuate. A routine can survive those fluctuations. The strongest practice may be surprisingly boring. Same time, same place, same first action, same basic rule. Again and again and again. That repetition may not feel dramatic. That is exactly the point. You are making the behavior familiar. Imagine that you want to write every day. You choose one time. You sit in the same place. You open the same document. You write for 20 minutes. You do not spend 15 minutes deciding whether today is the perfect day to write. The decision has already been made. The behavior becomes ordinary. That reduces mental friction. The same thing happens with exercise. You choose specific days. You prepare the clothes. You know the first movement. You begin. You do not need to feel excited. You need to follow the schedule. The same applies to money. You review your spending at the same time each week. You look at the same categories. You record the same information. You make the next decision. Repetition creates familiarity. Familiarity reduces uncertainty. Reduced uncertainty can make action easier. This is why constantly changing your system can work against you. You try a new schedule, then a new app, then a new method, then a new routine. Each change feels exciting, but the underlying behavior never gets enough repetition to become familiar. You keep restarting. You need enough stability to allow the practice to become normal. That does not mean you should never improve your system. It means you should not change it merely because novelty feels good. Give a reasonable system time to work. Measure it. Then adjust based on evidence. There is a useful rule: do not change a habit because you are bored with it. Change it because the evidence says it is not working. That rule can save you from constant reinvention. You may also discover that boredom itself becomes useful training. Suppose you study the same subject for several weeks. At first, progress is exciting. Later, repetition becomes ordinary. You continue anyway. You are training a valuable capacity. You are learning that an action does not need to produce excitement to deserve completion. That matters far beyond habits. Many important results in life come from repeated actions that are not emotionally impressive. Saving money. Practicing a skill. Writing. Exercising. Cleaning. Reviewing numbers. Preparing meals. Maintaining relationships. Keeping commitments. The actions are often simple. The value comes from repetition. Your exercise is to choose one behavior you want to make more consistent. Create a 7-day repetition block. For 7 days, keep the behavior as similar as possible. Same approximate time. Same starting action. Same minimum duration. Do not optimize during the 7 days. Just repeat. At the end, ask, what became easier? What still creates friction? What part of the routine was unnecessary? What part should remain? You are learning from repetition. Do not underestimate the power of ordinary practice. Your brain does not need every repetition to feel meaningful. It needs enough repetition to learn. You may not notice the change from one day to the next, but after weeks, the starting point can feel different. The behavior that once required negotiation may begin happening with less thought. That is the direction you want. You are moving from deliberate effort toward practiced behavior. And this brings you to an important challenge. What happens when you break the pattern? Because no routine survives life perfectly. The real question is not whether you will miss a day. The real question is what you do afterward. Chapter 16. Master the return, asterisk. The fastest way to protect a habit after a mistake is to return at the next reasonable opportunity. You will miss days. You will get distracted. You will make poor choices. You will have periods where the routine falls apart. That is normal. The danger is not the interruption. The danger is the story you tell after the interruption. You miss one workout. Then you say, "I have already ruined the week." You overspend one day. Then you stop tracking money. You miss one study session. Then you decide you will restart next Monday. The gap becomes larger because the first mistake creates a second decision. The second decision is whether to return. That decision is often more important than the original mistake. You need a return rule. A return rule tells you what to do after the habit breaks. For exercise, if I miss a planned session, I return at the next scheduled session. For study, if I miss one day, I complete the minimum session the next day. For spending, if I overspend, I record it at the next review instead of avoiding the numbers. For work, if I lose a day to distraction, I restart with a 20-minute focused block. The rule is simple. No punishment. No dramatic restart. Return. This matters because consistency does not mean uninterrupted perfection. Consistency can mean repeated recovery. Think about the difference. Person A follows a routine perfectly for 10 days, misses one day, then stops for 3 weeks. Person B follows the routine for 8 days, misses one day, returns immediately, then continues. Person B may appear less perfect, but over time, person B is more consistent. The skill is recovery speed. How quickly do you return after disruption? You can measure that. Do not only count successful days, count the time between a missed behavior and the next successful behavior. That is a useful discipline metric. If you miss one day and return the next, your recovery is strong. If you miss 1 week and return the following month, the recovery needs work. This changes how you think about setbacks. You stop asking, "Did you fail?" You start asking, "How quickly did you return?" That question is practical. It leads to action. Suppose you miss your morning walk. Do not spend the day feeling guilty. Choose another 10-minute period. Walk then. Suppose you waste your morning. Do not decide that the entire day is lost. Start one focused block in the afternoon. Suppose you eat differently from your plan. Do not decide that the entire week is ruined. Return at the next meal. The next opportunity matters. You do not need to wait for a new week. You do not need to wait for the first of the month. You do not need a perfect Monday. You need the next reasonable opportunity. This is one of the most useful practical rules you can adopt. Never miss the return. You may miss the original action. Protect the return. The return tells your brain that interruption does not equal abandonment. That is powerful. Your identity begins to shift. You are no longer someone who follows routines only when conditions are perfect. You are someone who knows how to restart. Your exercise is to create a written recovery rule for one habit. Write, "If I miss this habit, I will return at." Be specific. If I miss the morning walk, I will walk after lunch. If I miss the evening study session, I will study for 15 minutes the next morning. If I miss my weekly financial review, I will complete it within 24 hours. Then follow the rule when the situation occurs. You are preparing for failure before failure happens. That is not negative thinking. It is intelligent planning. You know interruptions are part of life. Prepare for them. You also need to notice the difference between a genuine disruption and a convenient excuse. A genuine disruption may be outside your control. An excuse is often a reason you create after deciding not to act. You do not need to debate the difference endlessly. Ask one question: what is the next reasonable action? That question keeps you moving. Maybe the full workout is impossible. Do 10 minutes. Maybe the full work session is impossible. Do 15 minutes. Maybe the planned meal is unavailable. Choose the closest reasonable alternative. Maybe the entire evening is gone. Complete the smallest meaningful action before bed. You are protecting continuity. The goal is not perfection. The goal is to reduce the size of the gap. That is how discipline becomes resilient. A fragile habit requires perfect conditions. A resilient habit survives imperfect conditions. You are building resilience now. And once you understand that, the final skill of this part becomes possible. You can begin combining awareness, delay, environment, repetition, and recovery into one practical daily system. Chapter 17. Build your daily discipline system. Self-discipline becomes easier when your daily behavior is guided by a small number of clear rules. You have practiced individual skills. You learned to notice cues. You learned to pause. You learned to create replacements. You learned to tolerate manageable discomfort. You practiced 5-minute starts. You protected important periods. You repeated behaviors. You created recovery rules. Now you need to connect them. The goal is not to build a complicated productivity system. Complicated systems often become another source of avoidance. You need something simple enough to use on an ordinary day. Start with one priority. Choose the behavior that matters most right now. Not everything, one thing. Maybe it is focused work, maybe exercise, maybe studying, maybe financial control, maybe reducing phone use. Define the behavior. Make it measurable. Then identify the cue. When will you perform it? After waking? After arriving at work? After dinner? At a specific time? Then define the minimum. How much counts? 10 minutes? 20 minutes? 20 minutes? 1 page? 1 task? 1 review? Then define the barrier. What usually gets in the way? Phone, unclear task, tiredness, easy entertainment, unplanned spending. Change one environmental factor. Then define the return. What happens if you miss it? Write the recovery rule. Now you have a basic system. For example, my priority is focused work. The cue: when I sit at my desk at 9. The minimum: 25 minutes. The barrier: phone stays outside the room. The pause: if I want to check it, I wait 10 minutes. The return: if I miss the morning block, I complete one 25-minute block after lunch. That is a system. It is simple. It is measurable. It does not require you to feel motivated. Another example: my priority is exercise. The cue: when I finish work. The minimum: 10 minutes of walking. The barrier: shoes are prepared before work ends. The pause: if I want to skip immediately, I wait 5 minutes and put the shoes on. The return: if I miss the planned walk, I walk the next morning. Again, simple. Another: my priority is spending control. The cue: whenever I want an unplanned purchase. The minimum: wait 24 hours. The barrier: remove saved payment information. The pause: write the item down instead of purchasing. The return: if I buy something impulsively, record it during the next daily review. The system does not need to be perfect. It needs to be clear. You can create your own system now. Take a sheet of paper, write the name of one behavior at the top. Then write 5 short lines: priority, cue, minimum, barrier, return. Fill them in. Keep the paper visible for 7 days. Every day, follow the system. At the end of the day, mark one of 3 outcomes: completed, partially completed, not completed. Do not add a long explanation. The purpose is measurement. After 7 days, examine the pattern. If you completed the behavior most days, keep the system. If you struggled, identify the weakest point. Maybe the cue was unreliable. Maybe the minimum was too large. Maybe the barrier was not strong enough. Maybe the return rule was missing. Change one thing, then run another 7-day experiment. This is how you build discipline scientifically in your own life, not through endless theory, through observation, action, measurement, adjustment, repetition. You are running small experiments on your behavior. That mindset is useful because it removes unnecessary judgment. If something does not work, you do not need to conclude that you are incapable. You need to ask what part of the system failed. Maybe the environment made the behavior too difficult. Maybe the reward was too distant. Maybe the action was unclear. Maybe the minimum was unrealistic. Maybe you tried to change too much. Find the problem. Change the condition. Test again. You are learning. And learning requires experiments. There is another rule that can protect your progress. Do not add a new discipline goal until the current one has some stability. You may be tempted to change everything. Wake earlier, exercise daily, read every night, save more, study more, eat differently, use your phone less, work harder. The list grows, the pressure grows. Then the system collapses. Instead, choose one meaningful behavior. Make it stable. Then add another. You are building a structure. Each reliable behavior becomes part of the foundation. You do not need 10 dramatic changes. You need several behaviors that survive ordinary life. That is what long-term discipline looks like. Quiet, repeated, measurable, often boring, and increasingly reliable. At the end of each week, conduct a 10-minute review. Ask what worked, what failed, what triggered the old behavior, what replacement worked, what should become easier next week. Then make one adjustment, not 10, one. That prevents constant rebuilding. You are creating a feedback loop. Action produces information. Information produces adjustment. Adjustment produces another action. Over time, your behavior becomes more intentional, and something else begins happening. You stop seeing discipline as a personality trait. You start seeing it as a collection of skills. You can practice awareness. You can practice delay. You can practice starting. You can practice consistency. You can practice recovery. That changes the entire problem. You are no longer asking, "Are you disciplined?" You are asking, "Which discipline skill needs practice today?" That question is much more useful. It gives you something to do. And when you repeatedly do something, your brain learns from it. The pattern becomes more familiar. The response becomes easier to access. The environment becomes better designed. The old behavior becomes less automatic. The new behavior becomes more normal. That is how change becomes real. Not through one perfect decision, through hundreds of small decisions that gradually become easier to repeat. Part 2. Closing. You have moved from awareness into practice. You learned to look for the cue before the habit. You learned that an urge does not have to become an action. You learned to replace old responses instead of simply removing them. You practiced the pause, small amounts of discomfort, 5-minute commitments, protected priorities, deliberate repetition, and fast recovery after mistakes. These skills may look small. That is their strength. You do not build self-discipline only through major decisions. You build it in the ordinary moments that appear throughout your day. The moment you pause, the moment you wait, the moment you begin, the moment you continue for another 5 minutes, the moment you return after missing a day. Each one gives your brain another piece of evidence. You are showing yourself that an impulse can be noticed without being obeyed. You are showing yourself that discomfort can exist without controlling your behavior. You are showing yourself that a missed action does not require a permanent retreat. Most importantly, you are learning that discipline can be practiced. You do not have to wait until you become naturally disciplined. You can train the skill directly. Your next stage is deeper. Once a behavior is repeated enough, it begins to feel familiar. The brain starts expecting certain cues to lead towards certain responses. The next challenge is understanding how those patterns become stronger, how identity influences them, and how you can deliberately make disciplined behavior increasingly automatic. The goal is no longer simply to act correctly once. The goal is to make the better action easier to repeat, becoming the person that follows, tours through. You have already learned to notice the moment before a habit. You have learned to pause. You have learned to make the first action smaller. You have learned to change your environment, create simple rules, and return quickly after a mistake. Now the work becomes more personal. Repeated behavior does more than produce repeated results. It also teaches you something about yourself. Every time you keep a commitment, you create evidence. Every time you repeatedly avoid a commitment, you create evidence too. Over time, those experiences can influence what you expect from yourself. You may begin thinking, this is just how you are. You may decide that you are naturally distracted, inconsistent, impatient, impulsive, or lazy. But a pattern is not a permanent identity. A pattern is repeated behavior, and repeated behavior can change. This part focuses on that change. You will learn how identity and behavior influence each other, why consistency matters more than intensity, how to build standards without becoming rigid, and how to make disciplined choices when nobody is watching. You will also work with one of the most important skills in long-term discipline, learning to trust your own decisions. You do not need to become perfect. You need to become increasingly reliable. That reliability comes from evidence, and evidence comes from what you repeatedly do. Chapter 18. Your actions teach you who you are. Your identity becomes stronger when your repeated actions give you evidence to believe it. You may have an idea about yourself that has been repeated for years. I am bad with money. I cannot focus. I never finish anything. I am not a morning person. I always procrastinate. I have no discipline. These statements can feel like descriptions. Often they are conclusions. You remember enough experiences to support them. You forgot an assignment. You spent too much. You abandoned a project. You skipped several workouts. You wasted an evening. Then your mind turns those events into a broader statement about who you are. That can become a problem. Once you believe a behavior is part of your identity, changing the behavior can feel unnatural. You may unconsciously protect the old identity because it is familiar. Suppose you believe you are terrible with money. You receive your income. You spend impulsively. Then you think, see, that is just me. The statement appears to explain the behavior, but it also makes the behavior easier to repeat. If you believe that discipline is simply not part of who you are, you may interpret every difficult day as confirmation. You struggle, you conclude, you repeat. The cycle strengthens. You need a different approach. Instead of asking, what kind of person am I? Ask, what kind of evidence are you creating? That question is more useful. If you want to become someone who manages money well, begin creating evidence of financial control. Track spending for 7 days. Wait before unplanned purchases. Transfer a fixed amount into savings. Review your account every Sunday. Those actions may seem small, but they are evidence. If you want to become someone who follows through, finish small commitments. If you want to become someone who focuses, complete defined periods without distraction. If you want to become someone who takes care of your health, follow a simple physical routine. You are not pretending to be a different person. You are collecting new evidence. This is why behavior and identity influence each other. Your beliefs influence your actions. Your actions then influence your beliefs. You can enter the cycle from either side. You may begin with a belief, or you may begin with behavior. When the belief is weak, behavior can provide evidence. Imagine that you do not believe you are disciplined. Do not spend the next month trying to convince yourself through positive statements. Choose one small promise, keep it. Then keep it again. Let the evidence accumulate. After several weeks, you have something stronger than a statement. You have experience. You can say, you planned it and you did it. That matters. A single successful action does not transform identity. Repeated actions begin to make the new identity believable. Consider learning. You may think you are bad at studying. Instead of arguing with yourself, create evidence. Study for 20 minutes at the same time for 10 days. Complete the planned sessions. Now you have evidence that you can study consistently. The goal is not to become an expert immediately. The goal is to change the evidence. The same applies to exercise. You may think you never stick with exercise. Do not answer with a huge workout plan. Walk for 15 minutes 3 times this week. Next week, repeat it. The identity begins changing through evidence. You become someone who exercises, not because you declared it, because you repeatedly did it. There is an important distinction here. You are not your worst day. You are also not your best day. Identity should not be built around isolated moments. One productive day does not make you permanently disciplined. One unproductive day does not make you permanently undisciplined. Look at patterns. Patterns are more informative. Your exercise is to choose one identity you want to strengthen. Complete this sentence. You are becoming someone who. Make the ending behavioral. Not you are becoming someone who is successful. Instead, you are becoming someone who keeps small promises. Or, you are becoming someone who finishes important tasks before entertainment. Or, you are becoming someone who reviews spending every Sunday. Then choose one action that provides evidence. Do it today. Do it tomorrow. Repeat it the 7 days. At the end of the week, write, what evidence did you create? This exercise changes your attention. Instead of constantly asking whether you feel different, you look for proof. That is a stronger foundation. You do not need to feel disciplined before acting with discipline. You act with discipline. Then you gain evidence. The evidence strengthens your confidence. The confidence makes the next action easier. The cycle continues, and eventually the sentence changes. You stop saying, I am trying to become someone who follows through. You begin saying, this is what you do. That shift is quiet. It does not require a dramatic moment. It happens through repetition, and once your identity begins supporting your behavior, another challenge appears. You need to make sure your standards are strong enough to guide you without becoming so rigid that one imperfect day breaks the entire system. Chapter 19. Standards are different from perfection. Strong standards tell you what matters, while perfection demands that nothing ever goes wrong. You need standards. Without standards, your behavior changes according to whatever feels easiest in the moment. You may work when you feel motivated. You may exercise when the weather is perfect. You may save money when there are no temptations. You may eat well when you are not busy. Standards create direction, but standards can become harmful when you turn them into demands for perfection. Suppose you decide to exercise 4 times a week. A healthy standard might be 4 planned sessions is the target. A rigid interpretation might become, if you miss 1 session, the entire week is ruined. Those are very different systems. The first guides behavior. The second creates all-or-nothing thinking. The same thing happens with work. A useful standard, important work gets a focused block before optional entertainment. A rigid standard, if you lose focus once, the whole day is a failure. The first creates direction. The second creates unnecessary defeat. You need to know the difference. A standard defines the behavior you are trying to protect. Perfection turns every deviation into a judgment about yourself. You do not need that judgment. You need correction. Imagine that you plan to study for 30 minutes. After 10 minutes, you become distracted. A perfectionist response says, "You failed to focus." A disciplined response says, "The phone interrupted the session. Put it away and complete another 20 minutes." The second response keeps the standard. It simply responds to reality. This is important because real life contains variables. Your schedule changes. You become tired. Someone needs your attention. A task takes longer than expected. A problem appears. A system that works only under perfect conditions is not a strong system. You need standards with room for adaptation. That does not mean lowering your expectations every time something becomes difficult. It means distinguishing between an adjustment and an excuse. An adjustment responds to reality. An excuse protects avoidance. Suppose your normal workout is 30 minutes. You have an unusually busy day. An adjustment might be a 15-minute walk. An excuse might be there is no point doing anything because you cannot do the full workout. Suppose you normally study for 1 hour. You have only 20 minutes. An adjustment is 20 focused minutes. An excuse is doing nothing because the full hour is unavailable. The disciplined person protects the direction even when the amount changes. That is a powerful principle. Keep the standard. Adjust the size. This prevents two opposite mistakes. You do not abandon the goal. You also do not demand impossible conditions. Your practice is to define 3 levels for one habit. First, define your ideal version. What does a strong day look like? Then, define your minimum version. What is the smallest meaningful action? Then, define your recovery version. What do you do when the day goes badly? For exercise, it might be ideal 30 minutes, minimum 10 minutes. Recovery, 5 minutes of movement before bed. For study, ideal 45 minutes, minimum 15 minutes. Recovery, 5 questions. For writing, ideal 1,000 words, minimum 200 words, minimum 200 words. Recovery, write 1 paragraph. You are not creating permission to be lazy. You are creating a structure that can survive different levels of energy. That matters. A rigid habit can collapse when conditions change. A flexible habit can continue. There is another distinction. You should not confuse flexibility with negotiation. Flexibility changes the amount. Negotiation changes the commitment. Suppose your rule is to study every weekday. Flexibility means studying for 15 minutes instead of 45 when the day is unusually busy. Negotiation means telling yourself you will start next week. That difference matters. Your direction remains stable. Only the size changes. This is how you maintain standards without becoming brittle. You can also use a simple daily question. What version of the habit is realistic today? Do not ask, do you feel like doing it? Ask, what version can you complete? That question assumes action. You are choosing the size rather than choosing whether discipline exists. Try this for 7 days. Choose one habit, write the ideal, minimum, and recovery versions. Then use the appropriate version each day. At the end of the week, review how often you maintain continuity. You may discover something valuable. Your best weeks may not be the weeks with the highest intensity. They may be the weeks with the fewest complete breaks. That leads to an important principle. You are not trying to produce perfect days. You are trying to produce enough good decisions that your direction remains intact. stop depending on motivation? Asterisk motivation can help you begin, but a clear system is what helps you continue. Ask. You may have days when you feel highly motivated. You wake up with energy. Your goals feel exciting. You make plans. You feel ready. Those days are useful, but they are not reliable. Motivation changes with sleep, stress, environment, novelty, progress, disappointment, and ordinary mood. If your behavior requires motivation, your behavior will fluctuate. That does not mean motivation is useless. It means you should stop treating it as a requirement. Think about brushing your teeth. You do not need to feel inspired. The action is connected to a routine. The same idea can be applied to more important behaviors. You do not need to feel excited about exercise. You need a scheduled time. You do not need to feel passionate about reviewing your finances. You need a weekly appointment with yourself. You do not need to feel ready to write. You need to sit down and complete the first small action. You are creating behavior that can happen before motivation appears. This is a major shift. You stop asking, "Do you feel like doing it?" You ask, "What does the plan say?" That question is less emotional. It is also more useful. Suppose you have decided to study at 7:00 p.m. At 6:55, you do not feel interested. The old pattern starts negotiating. You could study tomorrow. You have had a long day. 10 minutes will not matter. The new pattern does not need to argue. At 7, you sit down. You begin the minimum. You do not need to manufacture enthusiasm. You simply perform the action. After several repetitions, the start becomes familiar. This is how routines protect you from emotional variability. You can also create an if-then rule. If it is 7, you sit at the desk. If you finish work, you put on your walking shoes. If you receive income, you transfer the planned amount. If you sit at the computer, you begin with the priority task. The cue becomes connected to the response. You reduce the number of decisions. That matters because every day contains many opportunities to negotiate. You can eliminate some of them. There is another reason motivation can be unreliable. Motivation often increases when the reward is visible. Early progress can feel exciting. Later, progress may slow. That does not mean the system stopped working. It means novelty has faded. This is where discipline matters most. You continue after excitement disappears. You continue when the result is not immediately visible. You continue because the action still serves the goal. That is a different source of energy, not excitement. Commitment. You can practice this deliberately. Choose one habit you already perform reasonably well. For 7 days, do not evaluate your motivation before starting. Do not ask whether you feel ready. When the cue appears, begin. Afterward, record only whether you completed the action. You are training yourself to separate feeling from behavior. At the end of the week, review the results. You may discover that some of your actions happened despite low motivation. That is useful. It proves something. Your feelings do not need to disappear before you act. You can carry reluctance and still move. You can carry boredom and still work. You can carry boredom and still work. You can carry uncertainty and still begin. This is one of the most important lessons in self-discipline. You are allowed to feel unwilling. You are not required to obey unwillingness. That does not mean forcing every action under every circumstance. It means recognizing that ordinary resistance is not automatically a reason to stop. The more often you act according to a clear rule rather than a temporary feeling, the more dependable your behavior becomes. And dependability is what you are building. Chapter 21. Use friction to protect your priorities. Asterisk, you can make unwanted behavior harder and desired behavior easier without relying on constant self-control. Asterisk, you already saw how environment influences behavior. Now you can take that idea further. Think about friction. Friction is anything that adds a small amount of effort. You can use it strategically. Suppose you want to reduce phone use. You could try to resist the phone every time you see it. Or you could log out of distracting applications. You could remove them from the home screen. You could keep the phone in another room. You could turn off non-essential notifications. Each change adds friction. You still can access the phone. It simply requires another step. That step creates an opportunity to reconsider. Now use the same principle for good habits. Suppose you want to read more. Do not keep the book hidden. Keep it beside your chair. Open it to the page where you stopped. Make the first action easy. Suppose you want to exercise. Keep your clothes prepared. Place your shoes where you will see them. Prepare the route. Remove unnecessary decisions. Suppose you want to cook more often. Prepare ingredients in advance. Keep easy meals available. Reduce the number of steps required to begin. This is not cheating. It is intelligent design. You are shaping the environment around the person you are trying to become. The important point is that friction should be specific. If you want to reduce social media, do not simply say, use your phone less. Create one barrier. If you want to study, do not say, make fewer distractions. Close the distracting applications before starting. If you want to save money, do not simply promise, spend less. Create a waiting rule and remove an easy purchasing shortcut. You are changing the path. This also works with people. Suppose certain conversations regularly pull you away from your priorities. You might decide not to respond immediately to non-urgent messages during your focus period. You can check them at a defined time. The goal is not to avoid people. It is to prevent every interruption from becoming an immediate demand. The same applies to your physical environment. If clutter makes it harder to work, create a 5-minute reset before beginning. If food choices are difficult when you are hungry, prepare the choice earlier. If mornings are chaotic, prepare clothes and materials the night before. You are moving decisions from a difficult moment to an easier moment. That is one of the strongest uses of planning. You decide when your brain has more capacity. Then you follow the decision when capacity is lower. Your practice is to choose one behavior you want to reduce. Identify the easiest path into it. Then add one step. 1. Do not create a complicated system. If the behavior is checking your phone, place it farther away. If it is unnecessary spending, create a waiting period. If it is entertainment during work, block access during one focus period. If it is late-night eating, keep tempting food out of immediate reach. Then choose one behavior you want to increase. Remove one step from the process. If you want to exercise, prepare the clothes. If you want to read, leave the book open. If you want to write, prepare the document. If you want to study, put the material on the desk. Then observe for 1 week. Ask, did the behavior become easier or harder? Do not worry about whether the change was dramatic. Small differences matter when repeated. If a behavior becomes 5% easier to start, that can matter over months. If an unwanted behavior becomes slightly harder to perform, that can also matter. You are changing the number of decisions required. You are making the environment cooperate with the intention. This is one reason disciplined people may sometimes appear to have extraordinary willpower. You cannot see the structure around them. You see the action. You do not see the preparation. You do not see the barriers. You do not see the routines. You do not see the decisions they made earlier. That is why comparing your behavior to someone else's visible result can be misleading. Build your own conditions. Make the desired action easier. Make the unwanted action less convenient. Then repeat. Chapter 22. Protect your attention. Protect your attention. Your ability to control behavior depends partly on what you allow to capture your attention. Ask. Attention is limited. You cannot deeply focus on everything. When your attention is constantly interrupted, important tasks become harder. A notification appears. You check. A message arrives, you respond. A thought appears, you search for something. A new task comes to mind, you switch. Each interruption may seem small. The cumulative effect can be large. You begin spending your day responding rather than directing. This matters for discipline because attention is the gateway to action. What captures your attention often influences what you do next. If entertainment is constantly available, it will frequently compete with difficult work. If messages are constantly visible, they can compete with focused thought. If your environment contains endless novelty, ordinary tasks may feel unusually boring. You need boundaries, not because every distraction is bad, because your attention needs protected periods. Start with one period, 25 minutes. During that time, one task. No unnecessary messages, no entertainment, no unrelated browsing. If a thought appears, write it down and continue. This last step is important. Your mind may produce useful ideas while you work. You do not need to follow each one immediately. Write the thought. Return to the task. You are teaching yourself that an idea can be captured without being acted upon immediately. The same skill works with urges. You want to check something. Write it down. Return. You want to search something. Write it down. Return. You want to search something. Write it down. Return. You remember a small task. Write it down. Return. You are not suppressing information. You are preventing every thought from becoming a command. That is attention control. You can also create attention boundaries around communication. Check messages at specific periods when possible. Keep urgent communication separate from optional communication. You do not need to respond to everything immediately simply because it is visible. This is especially important when working on something that requires concentration. You need uninterrupted periods. Your environment can help. Close unnecessary tabs. Put the phone away. Turn off non-essential notifications. Keep only the materials needed for the current task visible. Again, the goal is not perfection. The goal is fewer opportunities to switch. Your practice is simple. Choose one important task. Set a timer for 25 minutes. Before starting, remove 3 visible distractions. During the session, keep a piece of paper beside you. Whenever your mind says, check this, look that up, send this, remember this, write it down. Do not act on it unless it is genuinely urgent. When the timer ends, review the paper. Some items will still matter, some will not. You will learn something. Many distractions feel urgent when they first appear. After 25 minutes, they may feel much less important. That is useful evidence. You are discovering that attention can be redirected. You are also discovering that not every thought deserves immediate action. This applies outside work. During conversations, practice staying with the person in front of you instead of checking your phone. During meals, occasionally eat without entertainment. During walks, allow your attention to remain with your surroundings. During rest, allow yourself to rest without constantly switching between forms of stimulation. You are strengthening your ability to remain with one thing. That capacity supports discipline because difficult tasks often require sustained attention. If your attention is constantly fragmented, even simple tasks can feel exhausting. If your attention becomes more stable, the same task may require less effort. This is another reason environment matters. You are not simply protecting productivity. You are protecting your ability to choose. A distracted mind reacts. A focused mind has more opportunity to decide. You do not need perfect concentration. You need practice returning. The mind wanders. You notice. You return. Again. And again. That return is itself a discipline exercise. Keep the promise. When nobody is watching, the deepest form of self-discipline appears when there is no external pressure to perform. Ask. It is easy to behave well when someone is checking. A deadline exists. Someone expects the work. A coach is waiting. A colleague will notice. A bill must be paid. External consequences can create structure, but some of your most important choices happen privately. You decide whether to study when nobody knows. You decide whether to exercise when nobody is asking. You decide whether to spend when nobody can see the purchase. You decide whether to stop scrolling when no one will criticize you. Those moments reveal something important. You are not only managing your reputation, you are managing your relationship with yourself. That relationship grows through private evidence. You said you would do something. Nobody forced you. You did it anyway. That is powerful. It creates a different kind of confidence. You begin trusting yourself when external pressure is absent. Consider a simple example. You plan to read for 20 minutes before bed. Nobody would know if you skipped it. There is no immediate consequence. You could easily tell yourself that tomorrow will be better. If you follow through, the result is more than 20 minutes of reading. You have strengthened a private commitment. The same applies to money. You could make an unnecessary purchase. No one may notice. You choose to wait. Again, the visible result may be small. The private result is significant. You practiced self-command. This does not mean every private choice needs to be strict. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to change your mind. You are allowed to enjoy your life. The important question is whether the choice is intentional. If you decide to watch a movie after completing your work, that is a deliberate reward. If you watch 4 hours because you avoided starting the work, the situation is different. The behavior may look identical from the outside. The internal process is different. One follows a decision. The other replaces a decision. That distinction matters. You want to become someone who can make private choices according to chosen priorities. You do not need applause. You do not need recognition. You need evidence. This is especially important for long-term goals. Many worthwhile goals have delayed rewards. You may work for months before seeing major improvement. During that period, external validation may be limited. Your own standards must carry some of the weight. That is why small promises are important. They create a private scoreboard, not a public one. You can measure, did you do the planned session? Did you follow the waiting rule? Did you complete the minimum? Did you return after missing? Did you protect your attention? You do not need anyone else to know. The practice itself becomes the reward. Your exercise is to choose one private commitment. Do not tell anyone. Do not post about it. Do not announce it. Simply follow it for 7 days. At the end of each day, mark whether you kept it. This removes external recognition. You are practicing for yourself. Notice how that feels. You may discover that the absence of recognition makes the action harder. That is useful. You may discover that it makes the action more satisfying. That is useful too. You are learning what motivates you. The deeper goal is internal reliability. You want to know when you decide something important, you can act on it even when nobody is watching. That confidence changes how you approach larger goals. You stop needing constant encouragement. You stop needing someone else to push you. You can create the structure yourself. You can set the rule. You can follow it. You can review it. You can adjust it. You can return. That is self-discipline in its most practical form. Chapter 24. Make the right action more satisfying. *A behavior becomes easier to repeat when your brain receives some immediate evidence that completing it was worthwhile. Long-term goals often have delayed rewards. You exercise today. The larger physical result comes later. You study today. The deeper knowledge comes later. You save today. The financial flexibility comes later. You work today. The larger opportunity may come months later. That delay can make consistency difficult. You can help yourself by creating immediate signs of completion. The reward does not need to be large. Completion itself can become satisfying. You finish a focused work block. Mark it. You complete your planned walk. Mark it. You save the planned amount. Record it. You finish the study session. Record it. You keep the phone away during the work block. Mark it. The mark is simple, but it creates visible evidence. You can also create a short closing ritual. After completing a focused work session, close the document and write the next step. After exercising, record the session. After studying, write one sentence about what you learned. After reviewing finances, note the current total. These actions create a clear ending. That matters because the brain responds to completion. A task that feels endless can become easier when it has a defined finish. This is another reason measurable behavior is useful. Work harder has no clear completion. Work for 25 minutes on the report does. Exercise more has no clear completion. Walk for 20 minutes does. Spend less has no clear daily endpoint. Record every purchase today does. You need visible finishes. You can also create a weekly review. At the end of the week, look at what you completed. Do not only look at what went wrong. Count the evidence. How many focused blocks? How many walks? How many study sessions? How many days did you follow the spending rule? How many times did you pause before reacting? This is not about vanity. It is about showing your brain that effort creates visible progress. You can also use immediate rewards carefully. Suppose you complete your important work, then you allow yourself a planned period of entertainment. The sequence becomes priority first, reward second. That is different from using entertainment to avoid the priority. You are teaching a useful order. This does not mean every behavior requires a reward. Eventually, completion itself can become rewarding. But during the early stages, visible progress can help. There is an important distinction. A reward should support the behavior rather than undermine it. If you finish a workout and immediately undo the goal through an unrelated choice, the reward may conflict with the behavior. Choose rewards that are simple. Rest. A favorite activity. Time outside. A pleasant meal that fits your plan. Reading. Music. Time with someone you care about. The specific reward depends on the behavior. Your practice is to choose one habit. Create a completion signal. It could be a calendar mark, a simple tally, a written record, a completed checkbox, a short note. Use it every time. Then review the record at the end of the week. You are building visible evidence. This can also help when progress feels slow. You may not see the final result, but you can see the repetitions, and repetitions are what create the final result. You cannot always control how quickly the outcome appears. You can control whether you complete the next action. That is where your attention belongs. Chapter 25. Separate desire from decision. Wanting something strongly does not mean that choosing it is wise. Desire can feel urgent. That feeling can create a false sense of necessity. You want to check the message. You want the snack. You want the purchase. You want to stop working. You want to avoid the conversation. The desire may be genuine, but desire and decision are different processes. You can want something without choosing it. You can dislike something without avoiding it. You can feel tired without abandoning the plan. You can feel nervous without postponing the action. This is one of the clearest ways to understand self-discipline. You are not trying to eliminate desire. You are learning to make decisions that include desire without being controlled by it. Consider money. You see something you want. The desire is real. You do not need to deny that. You simply ask, does this fit the rule? If the answer is no, you wait. The desire can remain. The decision can still be different. Consider food. You may want something enjoyable. You can acknowledge the desire. Then ask, is this part of the choice you intended to make? If not, you can wait or choose something else. Again, the desire does not need to disappear first. Consider work. You want to stop. Instead of pretending you are not tired, ask, did you reach the planned stopping point? If no, continue for the minimum remaining period. You are not denying the feeling. You are deciding what the feeling means. That is important. A feeling is information. It is not always a command. You can create a simple phrase, you can want it and still wait. This is especially useful for impulsive behavior. The phrase acknowledges the desire without giving it authority. You can practice with small choices. When you want to check your phone, wait 10 minutes. When you want to buy something, wait a day. When you want to abandon a task, complete 5 more minutes. When you want to respond angrily, wait before sending. You are repeatedly proving that desire can exist without immediate action. Over time, that becomes familiar. Your practice is to choose one recurring urge. Define a delay. Then use the delay every time for 7 days. Do not focus on eliminating the urge. Measure whether you delayed. That is the skill. You may still choose the original behavior after the delay. That is not the main issue. You have practiced decision-making. Eventually, you may discover that some urges lose strength when they are not immediately rewarded. That is useful. The behavior becomes less automatic. You have created space, and space gives choice room to operate. Build discipline around your weakest period. Your discipline system should be designed around the moments when you are most likely to abandon your priorities. You already know that energy changes. Your best hour may not be the same every day. But many people make another mistake. They design their routines around their strongest moments. They plan perfectly when they feel good. Then the difficult period arrives. They have no plan. You should do the opposite. Identify your predictable weak period. Maybe it is late afternoon. Maybe it is after work. Maybe it is after work. Maybe it is late at night. Maybe it is the first hour after waking. Maybe it is when you are hungry. Maybe it is when a task becomes difficult. You do not need to be ashamed of the weak period. You need to know it. Once you know it, you can prepare. Suppose you consistently lose focus around 3 p.m. Do not schedule your most important creative work at 3 p.m. if another time is available. Use that period for simpler tasks or create a short reset. Drink water. Walk for 5 minutes. Clear the desk, then complete one defined task. Suppose your spending problems happen late at night. Create a rule, no unplanned purchases after 9 p.m. If you want something, write it down. Review it tomorrow. Suppose your eating choices become harder after work. Prepare food before that period. Do not make the decision while exhausted. Suppose you become reactive during stressful conversations. Create a rule. No important messages are sent while angry. Draft. Wait. Review. Then decide. You are not trying to remove weakness. You are building protection around it. That is intelligent self-management. You can also use your strongest periods strategically. If mornings are your clearest time, protect difficult thinking for the morning. If evenings are calmer, use evenings for planning or reading. Your schedule should reflect reality. Your exercise is to identify one weak period, right? When SSTA happens, you are most likely to then right before that period, you will make the preparation concrete. If the weak period is after work, before leaving work, prepare the meal. If it is late-night phone use, before getting into bed, leave the phone outside the bedroom. If it is afternoon distraction, before 3 p.m., define the one task to complete during the low-energy period. Then test the change for 7 days. You are designing around predictable behavior. That is much more effective than hoping your future self will suddenly become stronger. You know what tends to happen. Prepare for it. This is one of the clearest differences between intention and discipline. Intention says, I hope you make the better choice. Discipline says, you already know the difficult moment is coming, so you prepared. That is maturity in practice. You stop expecting ideal conditions. You start planning for actual conditions. And actual conditions are where your habits must live. Now, but part 3, closing. You have now moved beyond the question of whether you can control yourself for a moment. The deeper question is what repeated choices are teaching you about yourself. Every action creates evidence. Every kept promise strengthens reliability. Every repeated avoidance strengthens an old pattern. That does not mean one mistake defines you. It means repetition matters. You learned that identity is influenced by behavior. You learned to keep standards without demanding perfection. You learned to act without waiting for motivation. You learned to use friction, protect attention, keep private commitments, make progress visible, separate desire from decision, and design around your predictable weak periods. These are not abstract ideas. They are practical ways of shaping your daily behavior. You're becoming less dependent on how you feel at the exact moment a decision arrives. You're becoming more dependent on rules you chose earlier. That is a meaningful shift. You no longer need to ask whether you are naturally disciplined. You can ask whether your current behavior is producing evidence of discipline. Then you can change the evidence. One focused block, one delayed purchase, one completed workout, one honest review, one paused response, one return after a mistake. You are building an identity through action. But identity alone is not enough. There will be moments when your environment changes, your energy drops, your plans are interrupted, or a reward becomes extremely tempting. The next stage is about protecting discipline under pressure. You will learn how to handle temptation, emotional swings, fatigue, setbacks, and competing priorities without abandoning the standards you have chosen. The goal is not to become impossible to distract. The goal is to become difficult to derail. Discipline under pressure. Discipline feels different when life becomes difficult. When you are rested, calm, organized, and clear about your priorities, good decisions can feel almost natural. Then pressure arrives. You become tired. Something goes wrong at work. A relationship becomes tense. Money feels tight. Your schedule changes. You feel disappointed. You become angry. You lose confidence. The old behaviors suddenly look attractive again. This is where discipline becomes more than routine. You need to know what to do when your internal state changes. You cannot always control the situation around you. You cannot prevent every difficult day. You cannot guarantee that you will always feel calm or motivated. You can prepare for those conditions. You can learn to recognize emotional impulses before they become actions. You can create rules for high-pressure moments. You can distinguish an actual problem from a temporary emotional reaction. You can recover after a bad decision without turning it into a bad week. Pressure does not have to destroy your discipline. It can become another environment in which you practice it. The goal is not to become emotionally numb. The goal is to remain capable of choosing while emotions are present. You can feel the pressure. You can feel the urge. You can feel disappointed. And you can still decide what happens next. Chapter 27. Do not make permanent decisions from temporary states. A temporary emotional state can make a permanent decision feel necessary. You have probably experienced this. You are angry and suddenly want to end something. You are discouraged and suddenly believe your goal is impossible. You are tired and suddenly decide that your routine is too demanding. You are stressed and suddenly want to spend money. You are embarrassed and want to avoid someone completely. The emotion feels convincing. That is what makes it dangerous. When an emotion becomes intense, your attention can narrow around the immediate problem. You stop thinking about the entire situation. You think about relief. You want the discomfort to end. That desire for immediate relief can make extreme choices feel reasonable. Imagine that you have had a difficult day at work. You come home frustrated. You planned to exercise. You look at your shoes and think, forget it. You are exhausted. Maybe you genuinely need rest, but perhaps you do not need to abandon the routine. You could walk for 10 minutes. You could rest and exercise tomorrow. You could reduce the session. The emotional state does not need to decide the entire future of the habit. Now consider money. You receive an unexpected expense. You feel anxious. You immediately decide that saving is pointless. You spend whatever remains because the original plan now feels impossible. That is an emotional conclusion. A better response is to review the numbers. What changed? What can still be protected? What needs to be adjusted? You do not need to solve your entire financial future while feeling anxious. The same principle applies to relationships. Someone disappoints you. You feel angry. Your first thought is to send a long message explaining everything you feel. You may still need to address the problem, but you do not need to respond at the emotional peak. A delay can protect your intention. You can write the message. Do not send it. Read it later. Ask what outcome you actually want. That question changes the decision. The key distinction is between emotion and instruction. Your emotion tells you something is happening. It does not automatically tell you what to do. Anger may tell you that a boundary feels violated. It does not necessarily mean you should attack someone. Fear may tell you that uncertainty is present. It does not necessarily mean you should avoid the opportunity. Disappointment may tell you that the result mattered. It does not necessarily mean the goal should be abandoned. Fatigue may tell you that your energy is low. It does not necessarily mean the commitment must disappear. You can listen to the signal without obeying the first command attached to it. Your practice is to create a delay rule for emotionally intense decisions. Choose the situations where you tend to react quickly, then create a specific pause. For example, no important message is sent while angry. No major purchase is made while emotionally upset. No major change to a long-term goal is made on a bad day. No decision to quit a routine is made before reviewing the evidence. The exact rule depends on your life. Make it measurable, then use it. You are not suppressing emotion, you are creating time for the emotion to become less dominant. After the pause, ask, what happened? What are you feeling? What outcome do you actually want? What action moves toward that outcome? These questions bring you back to deliberate choice. Sometimes the answer will still be to act. That is fine. The point is that the action comes after consideration rather than immediately after the emotional trigger. You are learning to separate urgency from importance. Something can feel urgent without requiring immediate action. That is a valuable distinction. You do not need to solve every feeling the moment you experience it. Some feelings can simply be noticed. Some can be allowed to pass. Some require action later. The disciplined response is not always do nothing. It is do not let the first emotional impulse make the entire decision. Your emotional state will change. Your long-term values remain. Protect the long-term decision from the temporary state. That is one of the most useful forms of self-control. Learn your personal pressure signals. You become better at handling pressure when you recognize the physical and behavioral signs that appear before you lose control. Pressure does not always announce itself clearly. Sometimes you notice it only after you have already acted. You have sent the message. You have eaten too much. You have spent the money. You have abandoned the task. You have stayed awake too late. But your body and behavior often give earlier signals. You become restless. You start moving between tasks. You speak faster. You check your phone repeatedly. You become unusually impatient. You stop finishing simple things. You start telling yourself that everything is urgent. These can be warning signs. You do not need to diagnose yourself. You simply need to recognize your own patterns. Suppose you notice that when you become stressed at work, you begin checking messages constantly. That can become a signal. The next time you notice the pattern, pause. Put the phone away. Take 5 minutes, write down the immediate task, then continue. You intervened earlier in the sequence. Now consider eating. Suppose you tend to eat impulsively after a difficult conversation. The conversation becomes the cue. The emotional discomfort is the internal signal. The food becomes the escape. Once you recognize that pattern, you can create a different response. After a difficult conversation, take a 10-minute walk before deciding what to eat. Again, the goal is not perfection. It is interruption. The earlier you notice the pattern, the easier it is to change. This is why awareness should include your body and behavior, not only your thoughts. You may not always think, "I am becoming emotionally reactive." You may simply notice you are checking your phone for the 4th time in 5 minutes. That is enough information. You can use behavior as a signal. You can also use timing. Maybe your discipline drops after several hours without a break. Maybe you become more reactive late at night. Maybe you make poor decisions when hungry. Maybe you avoid difficult work after receiving criticism. Patterns become easier to manage when you know when they occur. Your practice is to create a pressure profile. Choose one recurring difficult situation. For 7 days, record what happens before your behavior changes. Write down what happened. What did you notice in your body? What did you start doing? What did you want? What did you do next? Keep it brief. You are looking for early signals. Maybe your first signal is restlessness. Maybe it is repeated phone checking. Maybe it is rushing. Maybe it is negative self-talk. Maybe it is suddenly wanting to abandon the entire plan. Once you know the signal, create an intervention. When you notice this signal, you will pause for 2 minutes. That is your rule. You do not need to solve everything during the pause. You only need to interrupt the automatic sequence. Drink water. Step away. Take several slow breaths. Write the next action. Move your phone. Delay the message. Return to the task. The intervention should be simple enough to use under pressure. Do not create a 10-step routine for stressful moments. Your brain is already dealing with more demands. Use 1 or 2 actions. You can also identify your most common pressure story. Maybe you tell yourself, "Everything is going wrong. This is pointless. You always do this. You cannot handle this. Just forget it." These statements can intensify the situation. Instead, replace the story with a concrete question. What is happening right now? What is the next action? What can you control? What needs to wait? These questions reduce the size of the problem. You do not need to solve tomorrow. You need to handle the next decision. Your discipline becomes stronger when pressure is broken into smaller actions. A difficult day is not one giant event. It is a series of moments. You can handle one moment, then another, then another. That is how you prevent temporary pressure from becoming permanent damage to your routine. Chapter 29. Create rules for your worst days. Asterisk, your discipline becomes resilient when you decide in advance what you will do when your normal routine becomes impossible. You already have ideal routines. Now you need difficult day routines. This is different. Your normal plan may be exercise for 30 minutes. Your difficult day plan may be walk for 10 minutes. Your normal study session may be study for 45 minutes. Your difficult day plan may be complete 10 questions. Your normal work block may be focus for 1 hour. Your difficult day plan may be focus for 1 hour. Your difficult day plan may be complete 1 20-minute block. This matters because difficult days can create all or nothing thinking. You cannot do the ideal version, so you do nothing. That is unnecessary. You can reduce the size without abandoning the direction. Suppose you have a long day. You get home late. The normal workout is no longer realistic. You could skip everything, or you could walk for 10 minutes. The 10-minute walk may not produce the same result as the full workout, but it preserves continuity. You are telling yourself the routine can adapt. That is valuable. The same principle works with learning. You plan to study for an hour. Unexpected responsibilities take up most of your evening. Do 10 questions or review one section. You are protecting the habit. Now consider financial discipline. You usually review spending every Sunday. This Sunday becomes chaotic. Instead of skipping the review entirely, spend 5 minutes checking the account and recording the major transactions. You have maintained the behavior. The review can be expanded later. You need to distinguish between maintaining the habit and maximizing the result. On good days, maximize. On difficult days, maintain. That distinction makes discipline more durable. You can create 3 levels: your full version, your minimum version, your emergency version. The emergency version should be extremely small but meaningful. For exercise, full 30 minutes, minimum 10 minutes, emergency. Put on your shoes and walk for 5 minutes. For writing, full 1,000 words, minimum 200, emergency. Write 1 paragraph. For studying, full 1 hour, minimum 20 minutes. Emergency, review 1 page. The emergency version is not your new standard. It is a bridge. It prevents a difficult day from becoming a complete break. Your practice is to write the 3 levels for one important habit. Then decide exactly when each level applies. Do not leave the decision vague. For example, if the normal schedule is available, use the full version. If time is limited, use the minimum. If the day is severely disrupted, use the emergency version. That creates flexibility without negotiation. You are not deciding whether to act. You are deciding how much action fits the conditions. This can also protect your self-respect. You do not need to feel guilty because a difficult day required a smaller action. You followed the appropriate version. That is disciplined adaptation. There is another benefit. The emergency version gives you a way back into the normal routine. Once you complete 5 minutes, you may decide to continue. Even if you stop, you have preserved the connection. Tomorrow, the full version may be available again. This is how you avoid the dangerous phrase, "I will start over." You do not need to start over. You need to continue from where you are. The habit is not erased because one day was difficult. The next action still exists. You can take it. Chapter 30. Do not let one failure become an identity. A failed action is information about a moment, not proof of a permanent personal flaw. You will fail sometimes. You will make choices you regret. You will break rules. You will lose focus. You will give in to an impulse. The problem begins when you turn the event into an identity. You miss a workout. I am undisciplined. You overspend. I will never control money. You procrastinate. I always ruin things. You react badly. I cannot control myself. The mind likes simple explanations. But these statements are too large. One behavior cannot accurately describe your entire capacity. More importantly, the statement can influence what you do next. If you believe the failure proves your identity, you may stop trying. That creates more evidence for the same belief. You need a narrower description. Instead of, "I am undisciplined," say, "You broke the planned rule today." That statement is specific. It describes an event. Then ask what happened. Maybe you were tired. Maybe you were tired. Maybe the environment changed. Maybe the rule was unclear. Maybe the reward was too tempting. Maybe you had been consistent for several weeks and became careless. The answer gives you something to adjust. The identity statement gives you almost nothing. This is why disciplined self-correction should stay behavioral. Describe the action. Describe the trigger. Describe the consequence. Choose the next action. That is enough. Suppose you planned to avoid unnecessary spending. You make an impulse purchase. Do not spend the next 3 days thinking about how irresponsible you are. Record the purchase. Ask why it happened. Was the item visible? Were you bored? Were you stressed? Was there no waiting rule? Then strengthen the system. Maybe you need a 24-hour delay. Maybe you need to remove saved payment information. Maybe you need a weekly spending limit. The mistake becomes useful. Now suppose you lose an entire evening to distraction. Do not decide that the day was worthless. Ask, what is the next useful thing you can still do? Maybe 10 minutes of preparation. Maybe setting tomorrow's first task. Maybe putting the phone outside the bedroom. You're ending the day with a correction rather than an identity attack. That matters. A poor choice does not need to produce another poor choice. You can stop the chain. Your practice is called the 3-line recovery. After a mistake, write only 3 lines. What happened? What caused it? What will you do next? For example, spent too much online. Was stressed and browsing late at night. Use the 24-hour rule and remove saved payment details. That is enough. Do not write a page of criticism. Do not make a dramatic promise. Make a correction. This exercise teaches your brain a different response to failure. Instead of failure, shame, avoidance, you practice failure, information, correction. That is a much stronger loop. You should also notice whether the same failure repeats. One mistake may be random. The same mistake every week is a system problem. If the same behavior keeps happening, stop relying on motivation. Change the conditions. If you always forget to prepare, create a reminder. If you always check your phone during work, move it. If you always spend after stressful days, create a spending delay. If you always skip exercise after work, prepare the routine before leaving. Do not keep asking yourself to try harder when the pattern is clearly predictable. Change the system. Your identity should be built around your ability to respond. You made a mistake. You corrected it. You returned. That is evidence too. You do not need an identity of perfection. You need an identity of repair. Chapter 31. Control the story you tell yourself. Asterisk the words you repeatedly use to describe a difficult situation can influence what action feels possible next. Your internal language matters. Not because you need to think positively all the time. You do not. But vague and absolute language can make problems feel larger. Compare these statements. This is impossible. This is difficult. I always fail. You struggled today. There is no point. You cannot do everything today. The second version is more accurate. Accuracy matters because it creates options. If something is impossible, there is nothing to do. If something is difficult, there may be a next step. If you always fail, there is no point trying. If you struggled today, tomorrow can be different. You do not need to turn a difficult situation into something pleasant. You need to describe it in a way that keeps action available. This is especially useful under pressure. Suppose you have a large amount of unfinished work. You tell yourself you are completely behind. That statement creates overwhelm. Instead, you have 3 unfinished tasks. Which one matters most? Now there is a decision. Suppose your finances are messy. You are terrible with money. That creates identity pressure. Instead, you do not currently have a clear picture of your spending. Now you can review the account. Suppose your exercise routine has fallen apart. You never stick with anything. Instead, you missed several planned sessions. What caused the break? Again, there is a problem you can investigate. This is not about pretending everything is fine. It is about keeping your thinking close to observable facts. Facts are useful. Predictions can be misleading. You can say, "You did not study today." That is a fact. "You will never become disciplined." That is a prediction. You can say, "You spent more than planned this week." That is a fact. "You will always struggle with money." That is a prediction. You can say, "This conversation went badly." That is an observation. "Relationships never work for you." That is a prediction. The distinction is powerful. Facts tell you what happened. Predictions tell you what you imagine will happen. Do not confuse them. Your practice is to catch one absolute statement each day. Listen for words like always, never, everything, nothing, impossible, everyone. When you notice one, rewrite the sentence using observable facts. Instead of "I never focus," write "You lost focus 3 times during today's session." Instead of "You always overspend," write "You spent more than your planned amount twice this week." Instead of "Nothing works," write "The current system has not produced the result you wanted." The new statement may feel less emotionally powerful. That is good. You are reducing exaggeration. Then ask, what is the next action? That final question matters. Facts alone are not enough. You need action. You are training yourself to move from emotional story to practical response. That is discipline under pressure. Chapter 32. Protect your decisions from fatigue. * When your energy is low, reduce the number of important decisions you need to make. Chapter changes behavior. You have less patience. Small tasks feel larger. Immediate rewards become more attractive. Complex decisions become harder. You may become more likely to choose whatever requires the least effort. This is not a moral failure. It is a condition you can plan around. If you know that you make poor decisions late at night, move important decisions earlier when possible. If you know that you spend impulsively when exhausted, create automatic limits. If you know that food choices become difficult when you are hungry, prepare meals before hunger becomes intense. If you know that your attention falls apart after several hours of work, schedule breaks. You are not making excuses. You are respecting predictable conditions. The mistake is assuming that discipline means performing equally well under every condition. It does not. Strong systems adapt to energy. Consider work. You may be most capable of complex thinking earlier in the day. Use that period for the hardest task. Later, handle simpler administrative work. This reduces the amount of willpower required. Consider exercise. If you know that you rarely exercise after a long day, do it earlier. If mornings are impossible, choose another reliable time. The best routine is not the most impressive. It is the one you actually follow. Consider food. If you frequently become too hungry to make thoughtful choices, prepare food earlier. You are making the good decision before the difficult moment. Consider money. If online shopping becomes tempting at night, create a rule that purchases wait until daytime. Again, the rule protects you from a predictable state. Your practice is to identify one decision you make poorly when tired. Then move or simplify that decision. If possible, make it earlier. If not, create a rule. If you tend to skip exercise after work, prepare the clothes before leaving home. If you tend to buy things late at night, create a waiting rule. If you tend to procrastinate when tired, define one small closing task rather than demanding an entire session. You are designing around reality. You should also learn to recognize when rest is actually the disciplined choice. Not every tired feeling means you should push through. Sometimes sleep is the priority. Sometimes a genuine break is necessary. Sometimes the better decision is to reduce the workload. Discipline does not mean ignoring your limits. It means making the choice deliberately. Ask, will continuing now help the goal? Or would rest make tomorrow's action more reliable? That question prevents two opposite mistakes. You do not use fatigue as an automatic excuse. You also do not turn exhaustion into a badge of discipline. The goal is long-term reliability. Sometimes reliability requires effort. Sometimes it requires recovery. You need to know which one serves the goal. Chapter 33. Handle temptation. Before it becomes urgent, the easiest temptation to resist is the one you prepared for before it appeared. Him becomes stronger when the reward is close. You see the food. You see the purchase. You see the message. You see the entertainment. The choice feels immediate. That is why preparation matters. If you know a temptation will appear, decide in advance. You do not need to decide whether to resist everything. You need to identify your high-risk situations. Suppose you are trying to control spending. You know that browsing shopping sites is a trigger. The simplest intervention may be not browsing when you are bored. That sounds obvious, but obvious changes are often powerful. If you know certain foods make your eating plan difficult, do not keep them immediately available. If you know your phone destroys your focus, keep it away during work. If you know certain conversations make you reactive, decide to pause before responding. You are moving the decision earlier. That is the key. The temptation appears at the end of the sequence. Your real decision may happen hours earlier. You decide whether to enter the environment. You decide whether to make the item accessible. You decide whether to save the payment information. You decide whether to keep notifications active. You decide whether to carry the distraction into the workspace. These earlier decisions are often easier. You are calm. You are thinking clearly. Use that advantage. Your practice is to choose one recurring temptation. Then trace it backward. Ask, where does the sequence actually begin? Maybe it begins when you become bored. Maybe when you open a website. Maybe when you walk into a store. Maybe when you sit down after work. Maybe when you leave your phone beside the bed. Find the earliest controllable point, then change that point. You are not waiting for the final moment. You are changing the path before the strongest urge appears. This is one of the most effective forms of self-discipline. You do not need to prove that you can resist everything. You can simply stop putting yourself in unnecessary battles. That is not weakness. That is strategy. Chapter 34. Choose what you will not negotiate. Discipline becomes stronger when a few important behaviors are treated as settled decisions rather than daily debates. You cannot create a rule for everything. That would become exhausting. But you can identify a few areas where constant negotiation repeatedly causes problems. Maybe sleep, maybe money, maybe focused work, maybe exercise, maybe phone use. Choose carefully. Your non-negotiable should protect something important. For example, phone stays outside the bedroom. Unplanned purchases wait 24 hours. The first 25 minutes of work are distraction-free. 3 scheduled walks happen each week. Sunday includes a 10-minute financial review. These are not huge commitments. They are boundaries. Once you choose them, stop debating them every day. That is the purpose. The less important decisions you need to make repeatedly, the more attention you can use for decisions that genuinely require thought. This is not about becoming rigid. Your rules can be reviewed periodically. But review should happen at a chosen time, not whenever the rule becomes inconvenient. For example, every Sunday you review the spending rule. Not every time you want to buy something you decide whether the rule still makes sense. That second system invites negotiation at the exact moment when temptation is strongest. The first system moves evaluation to a calmer period. This is a useful pattern. Decide when calm. Review when calm. Act according to the decision when pressure arrives. Your practice is to choose one area. Write one non-negotiable rule. Then define the review date. Follow it for 14 days without changing it. During those 14 days, simply record whether you followed it. At the end, review the evidence. Did the rule help? Was it too difficult? Was the environment the real problem? Does the rule need adjustment? Then decide. This protects you from changing your standards every time you feel uncomfortable. You are creating stability. You are also teaching yourself that discomfort does not automatically invalidate a commitment. Sometimes the commitment needs changing. Sometimes you simply need to keep it. The review process tells you which. That is mature discipline. You are neither blindly rigid nor endlessly flexible. You are deliberate. And deliberate behavior becomes more powerful when it is supported by clear priorities. Because the final challenge of pressure is not simply resisting temptation. It is deciding what deserves your limited energy in the first place. Chapter 35. Discipline requires choosing less. Asterisk, you become more consistent when you stop trying to control everything at once. You can only direct so much attention. Yet it is easy to create a long list of self-improvement goals. Exercise, read, study, work, save, cook, sleep earlier, use your phone less, learn a skill, improve relationships, organize your home. The list becomes overwhelming. Then nothing receives enough attention. You need priorities. Not because the other goals do not matter. Because attention is limited. Suppose your most important goal this month is improving your work consistency. That may require protecting focused periods. If you simultaneously create strict goals around 5 other areas, your system becomes harder to maintain. Choose the behavior with the greatest practical effect. Work on it. Stabilize it. Then expand. This is similar to training a muscle. You do not need to train every muscle at maximum intensity every day. You create a manageable program. The same principle applies to behavior. Choose 1 or 2 high-value changes. Make them reliable. Then add another. Your practice is to write down everything you currently want to improve. Then choose only 2 behaviors for the next 14 days. The others are not abandoned. They are simply not active projects. That distinction can create relief. You are not failing at the other goals. You are choosing where to place attention. Then define measurable actions for the 2 priorities. If one is focused work, 25 minutes before non-essential messages. If one is exercise, 20-minute walk 3 times per week. Now your day has direction. You can still handle everything else. But these 2 behaviors receive deliberate protection. This reduces mental noise. It also gives you clearer feedback. If you're trying to change 10 things, you may not know what caused improvement or failure. If you change 2, patterns are easier to see. This is another reason simplicity matters. Your goal is not to create the most impressive self-improvement plan. Your goal is to create one that survives. You can expand later. Discipline grows through successful repetition. Successful repetition requires manageable commitments. Manageable commitments require priorities. That is the sequence. And once you begin protecting your priorities, pressure becomes easier to navigate because you know what matters most. You do not need to win every battle. You need to protect the important ones. Turn setbacks into training. Asterisk, a setback becomes useful when you treat it as a situation to practice rather than a reason to quit. Asterisk, a setback is not only something that happens to you. It is also an opportunity to see how your system behaves under stress. Suppose you miss several workouts. That tells you something. Maybe your schedule is wrong. Maybe your minimum is too large. Maybe the cue is unreliable. Maybe your week period is predictable. Now you can adjust. Suppose you overspend during a stressful week. Again, information. Maybe your spending rule does not account for emotional pressure. Maybe your environment makes purchasing too easy. Maybe you need a stronger waiting period. Suppose you procrastinate during a major project. Information again. Maybe the task is too vague. Maybe you need smaller milestones. Maybe you need protected attention. The setback becomes a test. You learn what happens when pressure increases. That is valuable. You should also practice recovery immediately after a setback. Do not wait for motivation to return. Use the next reasonable action. If you miss a workout, walk tomorrow. If you overspend, record the purchase today. If you procrastinate, complete a 10-minute block. If you react badly, repair what you can. If you lose focus, close the distractions and restart. You are training recovery. This matters because long-term discipline is not a straight line. Your life will change. Your responsibilities will change. Your responsibilities will change. Your priorities will change. Your energy will change. Your environment will change. A system that cannot adapt will eventually break. The goal is not to avoid every setback. It is to become good at responding to them. Your practice is to take one previous setback. Write the 3-line recovery. What happened? What did it teach you? What rule will you use next time? Then follow the new rule the next time a similar situation appears. That final step is essential. Insight without behavior change remains only insight. You need to apply what you learned. If the lesson is, you spend when stressed, the rule might be, no unplanned purchases during stressful periods. If the lesson is, you avoid unclear work, the rule might be, define the next physical action before starting. If the lesson is, you abandon routines after one missed day, the rule might be, return at the next scheduled opportunity. You are turning experience into structure. That is how setbacks make you stronger. Not because failure is inherently good, because you extract information from it. You learn, you adjust, you practice, you return. That is discipline under pressure. Nav. Part 4's closing pressure reveals the parts of your system that ordinary days can hide. When you are calm, many choices feel easy. When you are tired, angry, disappointed, distracted, or uncertain, those same choices can feel completely different. That does not mean your progress was fake. It means you have reached another level of practice. You learned to protect long-term decisions from temporary emotional states. You learned to recognize your pressure signals before they become actions. You created difficult day versions of your habits. You learned to separate a failed behavior from your identity and to replace harsh stories with observable facts. You also learned to prepare for temptation before it becomes urgent. You learned to protect important decisions from fatigue. You learned to choose fewer priorities instead of trying to control everything. And you learned that a setback can become training when you extract a lesson and change the next response. The deeper lesson is simple. You do not need to control every condition around you. You need to become increasingly capable of responding to changing conditions without abandoning what matters. Some days will require your full effort. Some days will require the minimum. Some days will require recovery. The disciplined choice will not always look the same, but the direction can remain clear. You can bend without breaking the commitment. You can reduce the size without abandoning the goal. You can pause without quitting. You can recover without starting your entire life over. That is resilience. And resilience creates the foundation for the final stage. The final part will bring the pieces together: awareness, habits, identity, attention, pressure, recovery, and daily practice. The goal will be to turn these separate skills into a way of living that remains useful long after the initial motivation has disappeared. Making discipline a way of life. You have spent this journey looking at discipline from different angles. You began by noticing the gap between intention and action. You learned to recognize cues, pause before reacting, reduce the size of difficult tasks, and change the environment around your behavior. You learned that repeated actions create evidence. You learned that identity is influenced by what you repeatedly do. You learned to build standards without demanding perfection. You learned to protect your attention, prepare for temptation, handle difficult days, recover from setbacks, and make decisions before emotional pressure takes over. Now the pieces need to come together. Self-discipline becomes most useful when it stops feeling like a special project. You do not want to spend your entire life thinking about discipline. You want disciplined behavior to become part of how you operate. You want to know what matters. You want to make the important action clear. You want your environment to support it. You want your routines to survive ordinary life. You want to recover quickly when things go wrong. And you want enough flexibility to adapt without losing direction. This final part is about integration. You will learn how to simplify your system, protect your long-term priorities, use discipline without becoming rigid, and maintain the behaviors that matter when the excitement of change has disappeared. The goal is not to become a machine. The goal is to become dependable. You want your actions to reflect your decisions more often than they contradict them. That is the form of discipline that lasts. You simplify the system asterisk. The best discipline system is usually simple enough to use when you are tired, busy, and distracted asterisk. You can build a complicated system. You can create schedules. You can track dozens of behaviors. You can create detailed routines. You can make elaborate plans and then fail to use them. Complexity feels productive because it gives you something to organize, but organization is not the same as execution. You need a system that survives ordinary life. Think about everything you have learned. Notice the cue. Pause. Create a replacement. Reduce friction. Start small. Keep a rule. Protect attention. Return after mistakes. Adjust the system. Those are the essential pieces. You do not need 20 more. The purpose of a disciplined system is to make action easier to repeat. If the system itself becomes difficult to maintain, it defeats its purpose. Imagine that you want to exercise consistently. You could create a detailed schedule with multiple workouts, different routines, extensive tracking, and complicated progress targets. Or you could begin with walk for 20 minutes on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That may be enough. Once it becomes stable, you can add complexity if necessary. The same applies to work. You could create an elaborate productivity system. Or you could protect one 25-minute block for your highest priority task. If that works, keep it. You can expand later. Financial discipline can be simple too. Review spending once a week. Wait before unplanned purchases. Transfer a planned amount into savings. That may be enough to begin. You should not confuse simplicity with lack of ambition. A simple system can support a large goal. The goal may be substantial. The daily action can remain clear. This is one of the most important principles of long-term behavior change. Do not make the daily process more complicated than necessary. You want fewer decisions. You want fewer opportunities to negotiate. You want clear actions. You want clear measurements. Your practice is to create a one-page discipline system. Write only 5 things. Your most important current behavior. The cue that starts it. The minimum action. The main barrier. The return rule. For example, focused work. Start at 9 focused. Phone sign 25 minutes. Phone stays outside the room. If missed, complete 1 block after lunch. That is the system. You can place it where you will see it. Do not add more for 7 days. At the end of the week, ask whether the system actually helped you act. If yes, keep it. If no, change one part. Maybe the cue needs to move. Maybe the minimum is too large. Maybe the barrier is weak. Maybe the return rule is missing. Change one thing, then test again. This approach prevents endless rebuilding. You stop searching for the perfect method. You start improving the method you actually use. There is another important principle. Your system should be easy to remember. If you need to reread your plan every morning, it may be too complicated. You want the key rules available in your memory. That usually means keeping them short. When X happens, do Y. Before buying, wait. Before entertainment, finish the focus block. When the habit is missed, return next time. Simple rules can carry a surprising amount of power. The more familiar they become, the less mental effort they require. You are building a structure that supports behavior without demanding constant attention. Eventually, you want to think less about the system and spend more time living. That is the sign of a useful system. It disappears into the background. You simply follow it. You choose your core behaviors. Asterisk your life changes most reliably when a small number of important behaviors receive consistent attention. You cannot optimize everything. You can improve many things over a lifetime. But on any given day, your attention is limited. That means priorities matter. You need to identify the behaviors that create the largest useful effects. For one person, focused work may be central. For another, physical activity may be central. For another, financial control. For another, learning. You need to decide what matters in your current season of life. Do not choose based only on what sounds impressive. Choose based on consequence. Ask, if you consistently improve this behavior, what else would become easier? That question helps identify high-value habits. Suppose better sleep improves your attention, mood, food choices, and work. Then sleep may deserve more protection. Suppose planning your day reduces missed deadlines and unnecessary stress. Then planning may deserve attention. Suppose controlling spending creates financial flexibility. Then spending rules may deserve attention. You are looking for leverage. One behavior can influence several outcomes. Once you identify your core behaviors, protect them. You do not need to obsess over them. You need reliable minimums. For example, a daily focus block, a few weekly exercise sessions, a weekly financial review, a short evening preparation routine, a regular learning period. The exact behaviors depend on your goals. The principle remains. Choose what matters, define it, schedule it, measure it, protect it, review it, then let the rest of life remain flexible. This can reduce a common source of stress. You stop treating every improvement opportunity as an obligation. You can enjoy your life without constantly trying to optimize it. Discipline should support your priorities. It should not become another source of pressure. Your practice is to write down every behavior you currently believe you should improve. Then choose 3. Only 3. Ask, which 3 would create the greatest positive effect if practiced consistently? Choose them. For each one, define a measurable minimum, maybe 25 minutes of focused work, 20 minutes of movement, 10-minute weekly financial review. Now protect those 3 behaviors for 14 days. Do not add new goals during the experiment. You are testing whether focused attention creates better consistency. At the end, review. Which behavior became easier? Which remained difficult? Which produced the most noticeable benefit? Which required environmental changes? Then decide what deserves continued attention. This is how discipline becomes selective. You stop trying to become better at everything simultaneously. You become reliable where it matters most. That is enough. Chapter 39. Build a weekly reset, asterisk. A short weekly review prevents small problems from becoming large patterns, asterisk. Daily discipline matters, but daily life can become noisy. You complete tasks. You respond to problems. You move from one responsibility to another. Without reflection, you may continue repeating the same mistakes. A weekly reset gives you a place to step back. It does not need to take an hour. 10 to 20 minutes can be enough. Choose a consistent day. Sit down with your calendar, notes, finances, or whatever information matters. Then ask a few practical questions. What worked? What did not? Where did you lose control? Which habit became easier? Which habit became harder? What triggered the old behavior? What is one adjustment for next week? The final question matters most. One adjustment, not 10. You want the weekly review to produce action. Suppose you notice that you repeatedly lose focus on Wednesday afternoons. Do not redesign your entire schedule. Move one important task, or protect one focus block. Suppose you notice that you overspend on weekends. Create a weekend spending rule. Suppose you notice that you stop exercising when work becomes busy. Create a minimum version for busy days. The review turns observations into changes. It also allows you to recognize progress. You may notice that you pause before reacting 3 times this week. You may notice that you completed 5 focus blocks. You may notice that you returned immediately after missing a session. Those are meaningful improvements. Without review, they can disappear from your attention. Your brain often notices failures more easily than quiet successes. A weekly record balances that. You are not trying to praise yourself constantly. You are trying to maintain an accurate picture. The review should include both. What needs correction? What is already working? That balance prevents 2 problems. You do not become complacent. You also do not become unnecessarily critical. Your practice is to schedule a 15-minute weekly reset. Use the same day each week. During the review, write 4 short lines. Keep, change, stop, start. Under keep, write one behavior that is working. Under change, write one behavior that needs adjustment. Under stop, write one behavior that creates unnecessary friction. Under start, write one small action for the coming week. That is enough. For example, keep, 25-minute morning focus block. Change, move exercise earlier on busy days. Stop, checking messages during the first work period. Start, prepare tomorrow's task before ending work. You have now created a small feedback system. The week produces information. The review turns information into decisions. The next week tests those decisions. That cycle can continue for years. You do not need to reinvent yourself every month. You need to keep learning from your own behavior. Chapter 40. Protect your attention from the unimportant. Discipline becomes easier when you stop giving equal attention to things that have unequal value. Not every request deserves an immediate response. Not every message needs an instant reply. Not every thought needs investigation. Not every opportunity deserves your time. Not every problem is yours to solve. This matters because attention is one of your most limited resources. You can spend it accidentally. A notification captures it. A conversation expands. A minor task becomes an hour. A curiosity becomes a search. A small interruption becomes a complete change of direction. At the end of the day, you may feel busy without having moved the important work forward. You need a filter. Before giving your attention to something, ask, does this matter right now? Not, is this interesting? Not, could this be useful someday? Not, do you feel like checking it? Does it matter right now? That question protects priority. Suppose you are working on an important report. A message arrives about something unrelated. You can respond later. The message may be legitimate. It does not need immediate attention. Suppose you are spending time with someone important to you. Your phone vibrates. You can leave it. The message can wait. Suppose you are studying. You remember something you want to search. Write it down. Continue. You are not rejecting the thought. You are protecting the current activity. This is discipline through attention. Your practice is to create two categories: now, later. During your workday, anything that does not require immediate action goes into later. At the end of the focus period, review the list. Some items will still matter. Others will not. You will learn how many distractions were actually important. You can also create communication windows. Check messages at defined times when possible. That gives you a boundary. You do not have to wonder continuously whether something arrived. You know when you will check. This can reduce the mental pull of the unknown. Your attention becomes less fragmented. The same principle applies to entertainment. You do not need to eliminate it. Schedule it after priorities. That changes the relationship. Entertainment becomes a chosen activity rather than an automatic escape. You can enjoy it more when you are not simultaneously thinking about unfinished responsibilities. That is an important form of discipline. You are not removing pleasure. You are putting it in a place where it does not repeatedly interrupt your priorities. Chapter 41. Make rest part of discipline. Rest is part of sustainable discipline because your long-term behavior depends on having enough capacity to continue. You have spent much of this journey learning how to act when you do not feel like acting. Now you need to learn something equally important. You cannot treat yourself as an unlimited source of effort. There are times when rest is the correct action. The mistake is using rest as an automatic escape. The opposite mistake is treating rest as weakness. Both are unhelpful. You need a deliberate relationship with recovery. Suppose you have completed a demanding work period. You can choose a defined break. Walk, eat, sit quietly, talk to someone, read, do something enjoyable, then return at a planned time. That is rest with structure. Compare it with "I will take a break." Then 3 hours disappear. The first response protects recovery. The second can become avoidance. The difference is not whether you rested. The difference is whether the rest was intentional. You can apply this to exercise. Rest days can be part of a routine. You do not need to push every day. You can apply it to learning. Your brain needs periods without concentrated effort. You can apply it to work. A short break can prevent attention from degrading. The goal is not maximum output at every moment. The goal is sustained performance over time. Your practice is to create one deliberate recovery period each day. Choose the duration, perhaps 20 minutes. During that period, do not treat rest as a failure. Rest, then return to the next planned action. You can also create a weekly recovery period, a block of time without productivity goals. The purpose is not to achieve something. The purpose is to recover. This may feel uncomfortable if you are accustomed to constant activity. That is useful information. You may discover that you have been confusing busyness with progress. Rest can create space. Space can restore attention. Rest can make the next action easier. You do not need to earn every moment of rest through exhaustion. You need to use it intentionally. There is another important distinction. Rest restores capacity. Avoidance delays responsibility. The difference is what happens afterward. After deliberate rest, you return. After avoidance, the task usually becomes heavier. You can ask, will this break make the next action easier? If yes, it may be useful rest. If the break simply helps you avoid the next action, you may need a smaller starting point instead. You can use a timer. Set 20 minutes. Rest. When the timer ends, begin the next planned action. That simple boundary can protect both recovery and responsibility. Chapter 42. Let discipline create freedom. The purpose of discipline is not to control every part of your life. It is to create more freedom in the areas that matter. Asterisk. Discipline can feel restrictive. You create rules. You follow schedules. You wait before buying. You protect focus. You exercise. You plan. You may wonder, where is the freedom? The answer appears over time. When you control unnecessary spending, you gain financial flexibility. When you control your attention, you gain time for meaningful work. When you maintain your health habits, daily physical tasks may become easier. When you finish important work before entertainment, your leisure becomes less burdened by unfinished obligations. When you prepare in advance, you reduce last-minute stress. Discipline creates freedom by reducing chaos. Imagine 2 evenings. In the first, you avoid an important task. You watch entertainment. You check messages. You stay up late. The next morning, the unfinished task is still there. Your evening felt free, but the next day became more constrained. Now imagine the second evening. You complete a focused work block. You prepare tomorrow's priorities. Then you relax. The evening may have contained more structure, but the next morning contains more freedom. This is the trade. Short-term restriction can create long-term flexibility. That does not mean every minute should be scheduled. It means you can choose structure where structure protects something important. The goal is not maximum discipline. The goal is enough discipline to reduce unnecessary chaos. Your practice is to identify one area where lack of discipline repeatedly creates future pressure. Maybe unfinished work, maybe money, maybe clutter, maybe health habits, maybe communication. Then choose one action that reduces tomorrow's burden. Complete the task before bed. Review the spending. Prepare the clothes. Clear the workspace. Write tomorrow's first task. Make the difficult call. The action may take 10 minutes. The benefit may last much longer. This is delayed freedom. You are doing something now that makes later life easier. That is one of the deepest reasons discipline matters. You are not simply controlling yourself. You are taking care of your future options. You are protecting tomorrow from today's avoidance. You are giving your future self fewer problems to solve. That is a quiet form of respect. Chapter 43. Become reliable, not rigid. The strongest form of discipline combines consistency with the ability to adapt when reality changes. Rigidity says the plan must never change. Reliability says the priority remains but the method can adapt. That distinction becomes important as life changes. Your schedule may change, your responsibilities may change, your goals may change, your energy may change. A routine that worked last year may stop fitting your life. That does not mean discipline failed. It means the system needs updating. Suppose you used to exercise in the morning. Your schedule changes. You can move the workout to the evening. The goal remains. Suppose your work responsibilities increase. Your daily study session may need to become shorter. You can protect a minimum. The goal remains. Suppose your financial situation changes. Your savings amount may need adjustment. The habit of reviewing and planning remains. Reliability is about preserving the principle while adapting the form. This requires regular review. Do not wait until the system completely collapses. Notice when conditions change. Then adjust deliberately. Your practice is to review your major habits once each month. Ask, does this still serve the goal? Is the schedule still realistic? Is the minimum still meaningful? Has the environment changed? Does the rule need updating? Then make changes if needed, but make them consciously. Do not change the system because you feel bored. Change it because reality has changed or evidence says the system is no longer effective. This distinction protects you from constant novelty. You are not endlessly searching. You are maintaining. That is another part of maturity. You maintain what works. You repair what breaks. You replace what no longer fits. You continue. You measure what actually matters. Asterisk, your measurements should tell you whether your behavior is moving you toward the life you want. You can track almost anything. Hours, steps, pages, money, tasks, pages, money, tasks, calories, messages, workouts. The number itself is not always meaningful. A measurement matters when it helps you make better decisions. Suppose you track hours worked. You may discover that you work many hours but accomplish little important work. The number alone is misleading. You might instead track focused work blocks. Suppose you track workouts. The number of workouts matters, but so does consistency over time. Suppose you track spending. The total matters, but so does whether you are following your planned categories. Choose measurements that connect behavior to the goal. If the goal is focused work, measure focused minutes. If the goal is reading, measure completed sessions or pages. If the goal is saving, measure the amount transferred and the spending pattern. If the goal is exercise, measure completed sessions. If the goal is phone control, measure whether your defined phone rule was followed. You do not need to track everything. Choose one or two useful measures. Your practice is to identify one goal. Write, the result you want is. Then, the behavior that most directly creates it is. Sen. Then, the simplest useful measurement is sen. For example, the result you want is more consistent progress on an important project. The behavior is one focused block each weekday. The measurement is completed focus blocks. Now you know what to track. This prevents you from measuring activity simply because activity is easy to count. You are measuring behavior that matters. You should also review trends rather than isolated days. One bad day is not a trend. One excellent day is not a trend. Look at weeks. Look at months. Ask, is the pattern improving? That is more useful than asking whether today was perfect. You are looking for direction. Discipline is about direction, repeated over time. Chapter 45. Protect the person you are becoming. Asterisk, your habits are not only producing results, they are reinforcing the kind of person you are becoming. You have already seen this idea. Now bring it into the future. Imagine the person you want to be 1 year from now. Do not focus only on achievements. Focus on behavior. How does that person handle money? How does that person respond to difficult work? How does that person treat attention? How does that person recover from mistakes? How does that person respond when tired? How does that person keep commitments? You do not need to become that person today. You need to practice one behavior that belongs to that person. If the future version of you manages money carefully, follow the spending rule today. If the future version of you protects attention, complete one focus block today. If the future version of you exercises consistently, complete the minimum session today. If the future version of you communicates thoughtfully, pause before sending the message today. The future identity is built through present behavior. This gives your daily choices more meaning. A small action may seem insignificant, but it is evidence. You are practicing the behavior. You are becoming familiar with the choice. You are strengthening the pattern. This does not mean every decision carries enormous significance. That would create unnecessary pressure. Most decisions are small. That is why they are manageable. You do not need to transform your entire identity today. You need to make one choice consistent with the person you want to become. Then another. Then another. Your practice is to write one sentence. You are becoming someone who... Fill it with a behavior. Then write, today that person would... Make the second sentence measurable. You are becoming someone who protects attention. Today, that person would complete one 25-minute focus block before checking entertainment. Or you are becoming someone who manages money carefully. Today, that person would record every purchase. Or you are becoming someone who follows through. Today, that person would complete the minimum version of the planned habit. Then do it. The point is not visualization. The point is behavioral alignment. You are making today's action consistent with tomorrow's identity. Chapter 46. Stop chasing the perfect version of yourself. You do not need to become perfect to become disciplined. There will always be something you could improve. You could focus more, sleep better, exercise more, spend less, read more, plan better, respond more calmly. The list never ends. If you make perfection the goal, you create permanent dissatisfaction. You will always be behind. You need another definition of success. Success is not becoming flawless. Success is becoming more reliable. You notice a problem sooner. You return faster. You make fewer impulsive decisions. You keep more promises. You recover more quickly. You choose your priorities more clearly. Those changes matter. They may not look dramatic, but they change daily life. Think about where you began. Maybe you reacted immediately. Now you pause. Maybe you avoided difficult tasks. Now you begin with 5 minutes. Maybe you spent without thinking. Now you wait. Maybe you abandoned routines after one failure. Now you return the next day. Maybe you depended on motivation. Now you follow the rule. Those are meaningful changes. You do not need to become someone who never struggles. You need to become someone who knows what to do when struggling. That is a much more realistic form of strength. Your practice is to review the last several weeks. Write down 5 behaviors that are more reliable now than they were before. They do not need to be dramatic. Maybe you start work faster. You check your phone less. You return after missed sessions. You pause before purchases. You review your week. Then choose one behavior that still needs work. Do not judge yourself for it. Define the next action. You are creating a balanced picture. Progress and unfinished work can exist together. You can be proud of improvement and still want to improve further. You do not need to choose between satisfaction and ambition. You can continue. Chapter 47. Your discipline should serve your values. Discipline is valuable only when it helps you protect something that genuinely matters to you. You can become extremely disciplined and still move in the wrong direction. You can work constantly on something you do not value. You can save money without knowing what the money is for. You can exercise because you are chasing an image you do not actually care about. You can become productive while neglecting relationships. Discipline is a tool. It needs a purpose. You need to know what your effort is protecting. Maybe freedom, maybe stability, maybe FRAMO, maybe meaningful work, maybe learning, maybe health, maybe creativity, maybe financial flexibility, maybe time. Your values provide direction. Discipline provides consistency. Without direction, consistency can become empty. That is why you should occasionally ask, what are you trying to make more possible? Suppose you are saving money. Maybe the real value is freedom from financial pressure. Suppose you are exercising. Maybe the real value is being physically capable and having energy. Suppose you are protecting focused work. Maybe the real value is building something meaningful. Suppose you are limiting phone use. Maybe the real value is being present with people you care about. Knowing the value makes the discipline easier to understand. You are not simply following a rule, you are protecting something. Your practice is to choose one important habit, then complete this sentence. You do this because it gives you more, fill in the value, more freedom, more energy, more time, more stability, more presence, more opportunity. Then write the behavior that protects it. This connects daily action to meaning. You do not need to think about the value every time you act. The rule can remain simple. But knowing why the rule exists can help when motivation disappears. You remember what the effort serves. That makes discipline more than self-control. It becomes self-direction. Chapter 48. Create a personal rulebook. A small set of personal rules can turn your values into reliable daily behavior. You have learned many rules throughout this journey. Now you can choose the ones that actually belong in your life. Do not create a huge list. Choose a few. They should be simple. They should protect important priorities. They should be measurable. For example, you do important work before optional entertainment. You wait before unplanned purchases. You keep your phone away during focused work. You return at the next opportunity after missing a habit. You review important commitments once a week. These are examples. Your rules should reflect your own life. The purpose of a personal rule book is not to control everything. It is to remove repeated decisions in areas where you already know what matters. You are telling yourself, when this situation appears, this is how you respond. That can reduce negotiation. You can write your rules on one page, keep them visible, review them weekly. Do not add new rules simply because you made one mistake. If a rule fails, investigate why. Maybe the environment needs changing. Maybe the rule is too vague. Maybe the minimum is unrealistic. Maybe the goal has changed. Adjust deliberately. Your practice is to write 5 personal rules, no more than 5. Each should begin with an observable behavior. Avoid vague rules like, be disciplined. Instead, complete one focused block before entertainment. Avoid, spend less. Instead, wait 24 hours before unplanned purchases. Avoid, use your phone responsibly. Instead, keep the phone outside the workspace during focus blocks. Avoid, never give up. Instead, return at the next reasonable opportunity after a missed action. Your rules, you do you. Then test them for 30 days. At the end of 30 days, review which rules became natural. Those may become permanent. Which rules repeatedly failed? Those need redesign. Which rules no longer matter? Remove them. Your rulebook should evolve with you. It is not a prison. It is a set of decisions that protect your priorities. Chapter 49. Build a life that makes discipline easier. The highest form of self-discipline is not constant resistance. It is creating a life in which good choices are increasingly normal. At the beginning, discipline requires conscious effort. You notice the cue. You pause. You make the choice. You follow the rule. You repeat. Over time, some of those actions become familiar. The environment changes. The routine changes. Your expectations change. The behavior becomes normal. That is the direction you want. You do not want to spend your entire life fighting your own environment. You want your environment to support the person you are becoming. If you value focused work, create spaces where focus is normal. If you value health, make movement part of your schedule. If you value financial stability, automate useful decisions and review them regularly. If you value relationships, protect time for them. If you value learning, keep learning materials accessible. If you value rest, schedule it. You are shaping your surroundings around your values. This is bigger than individual habits. Your life has rhythms. Your home has cues. Your schedule creates defaults. Your relationships influence behavior. Your work environment influences attention. Your financial structure influences spending. Your routines influence energy. You do not need to control everything, but you can influence the conditions. Your practice is to choose one area of life. Ask, what would make the desired behavior more normal? If you want to read, make reading part of the evening. If you want to exercise, connect movement to an existing part of the day. If you want to save, make the transfer automatic when possible. If you want focused work, create recurring protected blocks. If you want less distraction, remove unnecessary cues. The goal is to make the good behavior less exceptional. You want it to become part of the environment. That is when discipline starts becoming easier. Not because you became superhuman, because you stopped creating unnecessary resistance. Chapter 50. The final practice. Keep one promise, *. The simplest way to carry everything you have learned forward is to keep one important promise consistently. Ask. You have learned many ideas. You could turn them into a large system. You could write pages of rules. You could track everything. But you do not need to. Choose one promise. Make it meaningful. Make it meaningful. Make it measurable. Make it realistic. Then, keep it. For 30 days. Not perfectly. Reliably. Choose something that improves an important part of your life. Maybe complete one focused work block every weekday. Walk for 20 minutes 3 times a week. Review spending every Sunday. Keep the phone outside the bedroom. Study for 20 minutes each evening. The promise should be yours. You decide. Then define the conditions. When does it happen? Where? What counts? What is the minimum? What happens if you miss? Write the answers. Then begin. During the 30 days, do not constantly change the promise. Follow it. If something genuinely needs adjustment, make one deliberate change. Otherwise, keep practicing. Each completed action is evidence. Each missed action is evidence. Each missed action is information. Each return is evidence too. At the end of 30 days, do not ask, did you become perfect? Ask, did you become more reliable? That is the real measurement. You have spent this entire journey learning that discipline is not a personality trait that some people receive and others do not. It is a collection of behaviors. You can practice awareness. You can practice delay. You can practice starting. You can practice focus. You can practice consistency. You can practice recovery. You can practice choosing according to values rather than temporary urges. You can practice all of these. And practice changes familiarity. What once required enormous effort can become ordinary. That is how change becomes durable. Number Chapter 51. Closing. The person you become through repetition, * self-discipline, is the repeated decision to let your chosen priorities guide your actions more often than your immediate impulses do. *. You began this journey with a simple problem. You knew what you wanted to do, but knowing did not always become action. You saw the gap. Then you learned to examine it. You learned that behavior often begins before the visible action. A cue appears, a feeling follows, an urge appears. A thought provides a reason, then a choice happens. Once you could see that sequence, you could begin changing it. You learned to pause. You learned to delay. You learned to make the first action smaller. You learned to remove friction from good behaviors and add friction to unwanted ones. You learned to create rules before temptation arrived. You learned to keep small promises. Those promises became evidence. The evidence began shaping your identity. You stopped needing to tell yourself that you were disciplined. You started proving it through action. You learned that standards are useful, but perfection is not. You learned that motivation can help, but it cannot be the foundation. You learned to protect attention. You learned to design around fatigue. You learned to recognize pressure signals. You learned to create difficult day versions of your habits. You learned that a missed action does not need to become a missed week. You learned to return, again and again. That may be one of the most important things you can carry forward. You will not always make the right choice. You will not always feel motivated. You will not always have enough energy. You will not always follow the plan. That does not disqualify you from becoming disciplined. Your discipline is visible in what happens next. You notice, you correct, you return, you continue. That is the pattern. You do not need to become perfect. You need to become increasingly reliable. Reliability is built quietly. You keep a promise when nobody knows. You put the phone away when nobody is watching. You wait before buying something. You begin the difficult task. You finish the small commitment. You take the walk. You review the numbers. You pause before responding. You return after a mistake. Nobody may applaud these moments. They still matter. Because every action is also training. You are training what happens next time. You are teaching your brain which response becomes familiar. You are teaching yourself what you can expect from your own behavior. This is why small choices matter. Not because every choice is life-changing. Most are not. They matter because repetition is powerful. One choice becomes a pattern. A pattern becomes a habit. A habit influences your days. Your days influence your direction. Your direction shapes your life. The process is gradual. That is good. You do not need to change everything today. You need to make the next decision clearer. You need to make the next action smaller if necessary. You need to remove one obstacle. You need to pause once. You need to keep one promise. Then repeat. You may eventually reach a point where discipline feels less like resistance. The phone stays away because that is where you keep it. The work begins because that is when you begin. The money is saved because that is what happens when income arrives. The workout happens because it is part of the week. The review happens because Sunday includes it. You do not need a dramatic emotional experience. The behavior is simply familiar. That is the goal. You want the actions that protect your future to become normal. You want the choices that support your values to require less negotiation. You want your environment to help. You want your rules to be clear. You want your attention to belong to you more often. You want your mistakes to become information rather than identity. You want your setbacks to shorten rather than expand. And you want discipline to create freedom rather than take it away. That is why discipline should never become an obsession with control. The purpose is not to control every minute. The purpose is to control enough of your behavior that your most important priorities receive consistent protection. You should still laugh. You should still rest. You should still enjoy ordinary pleasures. You should still change your mind when the evidence changes. You should still adapt when life requires it. Discipline does not mean becoming rigid. It means becoming intentional. There is a difference. Rigidity says you must follow the plan exactly. Discipline says you know what matters and you will find a way to protect it. Sometimes that means the full workout. Sometimes it means 10 minutes. Sometimes it means resting so you can continue tomorrow. Sometimes it means working through discomfort. Sometimes it means stopping because rest is genuinely needed. The important question is not, what would the perfect version of you do? The better question is, what action serves your chosen priority under the conditions you actually have? That question keeps you grounded. It keeps discipline practical. It keeps you honest. You do not need to live according to someone else's routine. You need a structure that fits your goals, your responsibilities, your energy, and your values. You can build that structure. Start small. Measure what matters. Review regularly. Change what fails. Keep what works, and protect the return. When you lose the pattern, return. When motivation disappears, return. When the day goes badly, return. When you make a poor decision, Return. When you become distracted, return. The return is always available. You do not need a new identity. You need the next action. And then another. And another. Eventually, you look back and notice that the person who once needed constant motivation has become more dependable. The person who used to negotiate with every urge now pauses. The person who used to abandon routines after one mistake now returns. The person who used to make huge promises now keeps smaller ones consistently. The person who believed discipline was something other people possessed now understands something different. Discipline was never a mysterious quality. It was practice. It was attention. It was environment. It was repetition. It was recovery. It was choice. And the practice is available to you every day. You do not need to wait for Monday. You do not need to wait for a new month. You do not need to wait until you feel different. Choose one promise. Make it clear. Make it measurable. Make it small enough to keep. Then, keep it. When you fail, return. When you succeed, repeat. Let the evidence accumulate. Let the pattern strengthen. Let your actions teach you who you are becoming. That is the final lesson. You do not build self-discipline by thinking about the person you want to become. You build it by repeatedly giving that person something to be built from. One choice, one action, one kept promise, then another. And eventually, without needing to announce it, your life begins to reflect the decisions you once had to fight yourself to make. You become more reliable, more deliberate, more capable of waiting, more capable of beginning, more capable of continuing, more capable of returning, not perfect, not emotionless, not endlessly productive, simply more in command of what you do next. And that is enough, because your life is not built in one extraordinary decision. It is built in ordinary moments that keep arriving. The moment you notice, the moment you pause, the moment you choose, the moment you act, the moment you return. Those moments are yours. You cannot control every circumstance. You cannot control every feeling. You cannot guarantee every outcome, but you can keep practicing the next choice. That is where your discipline lives. Not somewhere in the distant future, not inside some perfect version of yourself. Here, in the next decision, in the next action, in the next promise you keep. So choose one now. Choose the behavior that matters most. Define the smallest version that still counts. Decide when it happens. Remove the main obstacle. Then do it. Do not wait for the feeling. Do not demand perfection. Do not make the promise larger than necessary. Make it real. Keep it. And tomorrow, keep it again. That is how you change a habit. That is how you change a habit. That is how you change a pattern. That is how you change your relationship with yourself. And eventually, that is how you change the direction of your life.